United Nations. Rotary International has a total of 534 districts. Out of which, Rotary International District 3131 is one of the top 10 districts in the world on the basis of superlative performance in community service. From literacy and peace to water and health, from healthcare to conflict resolution, from disease prevention to community development. Rotary has always worked for the betterment of the world by staying committed till the end. Rotary International District 3131 has carried out projects in all the 6 focus areas. Let us see the glimpses of those innovative projects. Medical projects, health checkup camps, free medicine distribution, HB checkup for girls, care of Varkaris, vaccinations carried out by Rotary International District 3131. At least 2 lakh rubella vaccinations, 35,000 hepatitis B vaccinations, 15,000 cervical cancer vaccinations. Every year, we are collecting 5,000 plus blood bottles. Distribution of medical equipment to the hospitals. Dialysis center in Dinanath Mangeshkar Hospital with 8 machines. Human milk bank in Dinanath Mangeshkar Hospital and D.Y. Patil Hospital. Establishment of Neuro Rehab Center in Sahyadri Hospital. Mission Muskan, free heart surgeries of children. Non-medical projects. More than 3,000 toilets for girls and boys. More than 1,000 happy schools. More than 50 happy villages. More than 5,000 e-learning kits. Distribution of more than 15,000 tablets for learning. More than 50,000 teachers benefited from Teachers Training Program. Skilling women empowerment, tailoring, driving, food product, all by availing micro-credit facilities. Cyber awareness for 35,000 students. Environmental projects. Rotary International District 3131 has carried out many projects in water conservation and watershed development to make the villages self-sustainable, thereby reducing the use of a scarce source. Garbage disposal awareness. Traffic awareness. More than 25,000 tree plantations every year. Ganapati, focus on eco-friendly Ganesha. Also, Rotary believes that the feeling of community service should be harnessed in people at an early age. For this reason, Rotary works closely with Rotaract and Interact clubs. Rotary International District 3131 has 120 Rotaract clubs and nearly 200 Interact clubs. In this way, the young leaders are developed to find innovative solutions to the world's pressing challenges. Rotary also believes that the youth of today can be developed as strong, dynamic leaders of the future. In Rotary International District 3131, every year at least 10,000 students benefit from its RYLA program. Rotary has worked with many corporates. Every business has a message to deliver, a mission to fulfill, and a destiny to reach. We thank all the business organizations to help us reach millions of people across the globe. Thank you. Rotary is 114-year-old organization and is spread across 200 countries all over the world. Its spread is more than United Nations. Rotary International has a total of 534 districts, out of which Rotary International District 3131 is one of the top 10 districts in the world on the basis of superlative performance in community service. From literacy and peace to water and health, from healthcare to conflict resolution, from disease prevention to community development. Rotary has always worked for the betterment of the world by staying committed till the end. Rotary International District 3131 has carried out projects in all the 6 focus areas. Let us see the glimpses of those innovative projects. Medical projects, health checkup camps, free medicine distribution, HB checkup for girls, care of Varkaris,
I have the Zoom thing
vaccinations
on
carried out by Rotary International District 3131. At least 2 lakh rubella vaccinations, 35,000 hepatitis B vaccinations, 15,000 cervical cancer vaccinations. Every year, we are collecting 5,000 plus blood bottles. Distribution of medical equipment to the hospitals. Dialysis center in Dinanath Mangeshkar Hospital with 8 machines. Human Milk Bank in Dinanath Mangeshkar Hospital and D.Y. Patil Hospital. Establishment of Neuro Rehab Center in Sahyadri Hospital. Mission Muskan, free heart surgeries of children. Non-medical projects. More than 3,000 toilets for girls and boys. More than 1,000 happy schools. More than 50 happy villages. More than 5,000 e-learning kits. Distribution of more than 15,000 tablets for learning. More than 50,000 teachers benefited from Teachers Training Program. Skilling women empowerment, tailoring, driving, food product, all by availing micro-credit facilities. Cyber awareness for 35,000 students. Environmental projects. Rotary International District 3131 has carried out many projects in water conservation and watershed development to make the villages self-sustainable, thereby reducing the use of a scarce source. Garbage disposal awareness, traffic awareness. More than 25,000 tree plantations every year. Ganapati focus on eco-friendly Ganesha. Also, Rotary believes that the feeling of community service should be harnessed in people at an early age. For this reason, Rotary works closely with Rotaract and Interact clubs. Rotary International District 3131 has 120 Rotaract clubs and nearly 200 Interact clubs. In this way, the young leaders are developed to find innovative solutions to the world's pressing challenges. Rotary also believes that the youth of today can be developed as strong, dynamic leaders of the future. In Rotary International District 3131, every year at least 10,000 students benefit from its RYLA program. Rotary has worked with many corporates. Every business has a message to deliver, a mission to fulfill, and a destiny to reach. We thank all the business organizations to help us reach millions of people across the globe. Thank you.
Yes. Yeah. Well, good afternoon to one and all, and welcome to our day 2 of our International RYLA of District 3131 and Vikshiki, the Lighting the Lamp of Wisdom. I would now like to request Ms. Manju Fadke to give us the instructions for the day ahead.
Yeah, good afternoon, all the participants here. Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. And just few instructions. You will be all kept on mute, and you will not be basically unmute yourself. If you have any questions, kindly send them to me personally. You can chat with me on the Zoom chat and put your questions on the Zoom. Those viewers who are watching from WhatsApp and Facebook, they can put their questions on the WhatsApp group that they have been part of, and the moderators from both WhatsApp groups will pass out the questions to me. At the same time, please do not try to unmute yourself and enjoy the show. It's going to be a great show today with great speakers. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you, Manju, for starting up the day. I would now like to request the host club president of RCP Downtown, Rotarian Feroz Masters, to call the meeting to order and welcome us all.
Good afternoon, friends. I call the meeting to order. Let's all rise for the national anthem, please.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे, तव शुभ आशीष मागे, गाहे तव जय गाथा। जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। जय हे जय हे जय हे, जय 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 हे।
Yeah. So we had an amazing first day. And before we begin with our second day, I would like to give you all a recap of the first day. We started our seminar with a welcoming by the Rotary District Governor of District 3131, Rashmi Kulkarni, which was then followed by 3 amazing sessions of beautiful speakers and a panel discussion. First, we had Dr. Radhakrishna Pillai, who explained us the art of Anvikshiki and how to go about it. Then it was followed by a beautiful, an amazing and quite interesting panel discussion headed by Rotarian Manju Fadke. Then we were carried out with a seminar held by Mr. Vineet Nayak, which spoke about communication of leaders. And that was the end of the day. So today, let us now begin this program, as I like to call upon Rotarian Narendra Pal Bakshi to welcome and introduce our first guest speaker of the day, DGM Dr. Anil Parmar.
Major donor level, he is a major donor level. Most beautiful things in the world cannot be seen or touched. They must be felt with heart. These lifeline forming words for prominent personality, professional, bright academician and university rank holder who had conceptualized 6 crore worth Rotary Mega Medical Center project, which was inaugurated none other than by TRF Trustee Chair 2018-19 Ron Burton, a physician who successfully treated more than 10,000 critically ill patients at multi-speciality Nikam Parmar Hospital and Intensive Care Unit. Following the path laid by his father, late L.M. Parmar, in the year 1996, he joined 32-year-old Rotary Club of New Panvel. He was club president of this club during Rotary centennial year. He is a major donor level 1 and has contributed more than 17,000 USD to TRF. He is a Bequest Society member and PHS member. 2. He has been the convener of many memorable district events like Dosti, Elgar, Popti Fellowship and Pre-Pets, Neojan and Yotsat. Best Director Awardee, Best AG Awardee, GSR of 2 clubs. In the year 13.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon to all the district dignitaries present here and all the RYLA participants. Let me start with congratulating District Governor Rashmi, District Director Vasantrao Mavinchkar, Pushkaraj Moe, Co-Director, and RYLA Chairman VC Matre for taking the lead in organizing this e-RYLA on such a large scale. I am told that there are almost 1,000 participants representing 33 countries who are part of this e-RYLA, and believe me, all the participants, all of you are getting a lifetime opportunity to enrich your leadership skills, and the event has been planned in such a way, and it's such a big event, and you are all fortunate to listen to speakers. You had, I think, RA President Holger Nack addressing you all. Our District Governor Rashmi addressed you. We had Dr. Pillai and Dr. Vinit Nair yesterday. And today also we have a feast of speakers lined up, and I'm sure you are going to enjoy and enrich your knowledge today. We have, I'm told, past District Governor Dr. Deepak Shikarpur is going to enlighten you, and then we have none other than Raghunath Mashelkarji who will be guiding you, and a Zentangle course by Joyce Vinis from US. So good plan for today, and youth, you are all the future of our country, and I'm sure all of you are going to become great leaders in your own enterprises, in your own vocations or your own professions. And this is an effort from Rotary to impart some knowledge and some skills about leadership, and the whole program has been very thoughtfully crafted for you. Uh, I expect that all of you should carefully participate and get enriched by the knowledge. And as you all know, leader is one who knows the way, goes the way, and shows the way. Leader always leads by action and leads from the front. And certain qualities of leader which I think all of you should imbibe is there should be a very clear vision, and the leader should be, there are certain qualities which a leader should be and which all of you should imbibe. One is you should have a very clear vision. Then courage should be there. When you take some decision, you have to have the courage to implement those decisions. You have to be very decisive. And once you make up your mind with considering all the pros and cons and take a decision, then don't hesitate to commit yourself. You should be passionate and always have the trait of humility. And there are certain roles which a leader is supposed to emulate, and he should have a very clear thought process. Be an effective role model. Whatever you want others to follow, you should yourself practice those things. You have to inspire by actions and motivate, and always a leader has to delegate and assign, and it should be very particular about time management. So these are certain traits which a leader should have, and the challenge of leadership is to be strong but not rude, be bold but not a bully, be thoughtful but not lazy, be humble but not timid. You are all leaders of tomorrow. So let me all wish you that you enjoy this session today and get enriched with the knowledge and the thoughtful program arranged for you. Let me once again congratulate District Governor Rashmi and the whole youth team led by Vasantram Mahinchkar for arranging this e-RYLA on such a large scale and giving me the opportunity to interact with all of you. My best wishes to all the participants and all the hosts of this e-RYLA. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, DG and Anil Kaka, for your inspiring words to kickstart the day too. I would now like to call upon Rotarian Pushkaraj Mule to introduce our first guest speaker of the day, who is also a very dear friend of mine, if I can say. He has a Rotarian PDG, Dr. Deepak Shikarpur, on the topic of power of networking. Welcome, Pushkaraj.
Good afternoon. It is my honor to introduce the first speaker of the day on this day 2 of International RYLA. Dr. Deepak Shikarpur is an IT engineer with a global repute. A rank holder with distinction for Bachelor of Engineering program, he has obtained postgraduate diploma in management and doctorate in information technology. He was working in the Tata Group for 16 years and then become a technopreneur. Dr. Deepak is Director of Kinetic Communications Limited and Chief Mentor of FinTech company Hexanica. He is also a past chairman of Computer Society of India and a member of Executive Committee of MCCIA. PDG Rotarian Dr. Shikarpur has been appointed as National Board Member of IT Board by All India Council of Technical Education for a 3-year term and also a member of Academic Council of Yashwantrao Chavan Maharashtra Open University. He is a governing body member of MIT EDU University, an honorary fellow of Maharashtra Academy of Science, Computer Society of India and Institution of Engineers. His policy paper on e-waste management was released by the Honorable Environment Minister of India. A recipient of prestigious late Shantanurao Kirloskar Achievement Award for his role in promotion of science and technology for youth at large. He was honored with Top Management Consortium Award of Service Excellence for the year 2012-13 and Business Standard Individual Social Responsibility Award in 2014 for his contribution in motivating the rural youth in the state. In the same year, Dr. Deepak was also awarded for his work in supporting blind schools. Till date, an author of 41 books on IT in Marathi and English, he has won Veer Savarkar Award and Wrangler Paranspe Award for the Best Marathi Literature in 2005, 2007, 2011 and also the Silicon Valley IT Icon Award for 2011. He has written innumerable articles for educating the common person on various topics of information technology. He is a popular orator and is invited to speak for various national and international events. A go-getter and a true Rotarian at heart, he was elected unopposed as the 6th District Governor for Rotary District 3131 for the year 2013-14. As a District Governor, he undertook several path-breaking community service projects in and around Pune and was recognized by Rotary International President with a special citation of meritorious service. Rotary International Board of Directors have also bestowed him with the highest award of service above self in the year 2017-18. He has recently initiated itcareercounseling.com, a free online portal for senior IT professionals. More details about this great speaker can be found at www.deepakshikarpur.com. I once again welcome PDG Rotarian Dr. Deepak Shikarpur to this international RYLA and hand over the controls to him. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Pushkaraj Kaka, for introducing Deepak Kaka. So, Deepak Kaka, I'm now handing it over to you. Please share your screen in order for the PPT to be played on your end.
Okay, good afternoon, friends, and thank you, Uti. You are constantly addressing me as Kaka, and if you listen to your Kaka, then please get married in next 10 to 11 months and invite us for a nice party after we do vaccination, so we all can enjoy your wedding. This is my request to you. Anyway, this has nothing to do with RYLA, but whenever I meet Ruddhi, I always remind them. This platform is a great platform, and I did not hear what Pushkaraj Mole talk about me, so I don't know what he has introduced me. But hopefully he has introduced me properly, whatever biodata I had given him. Today I am going to speak to you on my favorite topic, and if you look at my WhatsApp profile also, it says networking or not working. Because in the past 2 decades I am active, in fact almost 40 years And because I call 40 years because I joined as a rotractor 40 years back, and I started my career in 1985, which is 35 years back. And I enjoyed power of Rotary. And many of you will think, what is a Rotary and what is power of Rotary? I always tell this story, and this is also explains you a little bit of networking. I joined Rotary Club of Pune Shivaji Nagar in 92. And those days I used to work in Tata's, and I was a salesman with Middle East and ASEAN region as my territory in 92. And on the second day of induction, my boss told me, "You're flying to Bahrain this night." As my luck carried, I wore a t-shirt in my journey to Bahrain, in fact, Manama airport. It was not a very pleasant journey because it was night journey. We landed at around 5 a.m. in the morning. And in 92, Indians were not well respected. It's not the situation what you have today. There was a big queue, and later on, one person told me, in Middle East, there is no difference between programmer, driver, and plumber. So you are all in the same category. So we are all in the queue. I thought, being a technical person, there will be some priority, but nothing like that. And after 1 hour, a person patted on my back. He was a white-looking person, and he said, "Are you Rotarian?" I said, "Yes, I joined Rotary yesterday, but I was a Rotaractor." So I told him this. Then we exchanged cards, and then he asked me, "What are you doing here, and where are you going to be staying?" I told him all these things. I still remember the name, Bison International in Bahrain. Nothing happened. I came out of immigration another 2 hours. It was a long queue of 3 hours. And I reached Bison International. Miracles started taking place from there. Those days, RBI had allowed $60 per day as allowance. So we had to manage everything in $60. Our company had arranged a package with Bison International for $30 a day, including of meals. And we had to manage our taxi and other personal expenses in balance $30. So it was a very, very tight budget. And the receptionist told me, "You are upgraded to a suite." I said, "I am Deepak Shikarpur. I work in Tata, and in fact, Telco was the company name. And I am not ordering a suite, and I don't have money. In our city, we have a practice that if you can't afford hotel bill, then in the night you can wash utensil and makeup. But here I don't want to do that. So let me stay in my single room." He said, "You are not understood. Our owner has told us that my friend from India is coming, and give him the best possible hospitality." And later on, I realized that the person who met me at the airport was one of the richest person in Bahrain. His name is Mohammed Dadabhai. He's still alive. He is a Rotarian. Those days there was no Rotary in Middle East, but he used to live in Switzerland. He studied in America, where he was a Rotaractor. He joined the Rotary, and he used to come for a few months in Middle East. And Bison International was one of the business. So where networking comes in, I met him again. I sought his appointment. I thanked him for the kind gesture. And then I told him, "I also sell software. So why don't you use our system in your business?" It took some time, but after 6 days, he gave us the first order. So this is what I learned from Rotary. How you can use Rotary to leverage your networking and make money. Riddhi, I am finding problems in showing my PPT. It is not showing that screen.
क्या करा? Deepak Kaka, I'll just get back to you in a second with the technical team. I'll just ask what's wrong.
No, because there is only one window open, which is my PPT, but it is not taking. Otherwise, I had given to Pushkaraj, so we can. Otherwise, I will start talking generally, but It will be better if I get that's all.
Yeah.
So,
Share your entire screen. That's what they're telling me.
so I have shared entire screen.
He has done that.
Share audio also.
Yeah. He has done that.
And your software is giving me a lot of tips, and now it is saying don't show me tips again.
No. Yeah, now?
But my PPT is not there, no.
हाँ, एक मिनट.
See, it is here.
Yeah, open it from there. हाँ, open करना ते. PPT open कर तुझं. हाँ, चालू कर असंच.
But it दिसतंय का आता?
हो, मला दिसतंय. Perfect.
पण बाकीच्याला दिसतंय का? I hope you are seeing the screen, so I will go by this. This session is for budding entrepreneurs and people who want to make money, because various things will be told to you by various people. Leadership is great, but ultimately objective of living and objective of business is wealth creation. Unless you make money, nothing else matters. So before I talk about other things, let me tell you business fundamentals which I learned the hard way, not in any B school or not even during my PhD thesis, but these are things which I learned the hard way in my entrepreneurship journey. First lesson is profit is more important than turnover, and this is a very difficult lesson to digest. Don't have Amazon and Flipkart and Reliance Jio kind of examples, because their business model is different. If you are starting a business, your business plan must focus on profit and creation of turnover, then brand, and then somebody like me. I meet so many people who have startups and who think they will become tomorrow's Infosys, and I always tell them, stick to basics. Please don't borrow money left and right, because debt can snowball you and finish you. And today I have seen this in my with startup experience. I am mentoring many. 90% startups don't see more than 2 years. So I have one rule now. Unless you survive on your own for 1000 days, don't go to VC for funding, because nobody will trust you. So please understand, financials are more important than technology or a product, because money management is extremely important in business. Whosoever is investing your money in your business, he must be rewarded. How can you invest in a company with no dividend, no interest, nothing? Fights will start. Customer is important. In fact, business is there because there is customer. I hope some people know Marathi, but I had written this in one of my Marathi books. Customer is actually a Marathi word. Kashta karun marnara manus. This was a situation in 20th century. Now, with internet, things have dramatically changed and customer is empowered. But getting a customer, especially if you are a startup, getting first customer is extremely difficult. Then retaining that customer is equally challenging. And hence, customer acquisition is extremely important. For doing business, you can't do alone. So you have suppliers. I call them business partners. Please never take them for ride. Pay them properly whatever payment terms you have agreed. Why do you outsource? Because outsourcing is name of the game. Please outsource smartly and not blindly everything. Many of you may not be aware, but a famous Silicon Valley based company, Cisco, has only marketing finance as their in-house function. Everything else is outsourced. And this is Cisco model of outsourcing, which may or may not work with everybody. Once attended a training in Harvard many years back, a short program. And this is from Michael Porter's book. And he showed this slide over there. Those days there were no PPT. It came in a plastic slide. But these fundamentals are applicable even today. There are four competitive forces in industry. Firstly, on the right side, you can see customer. He's constantly bargaining with you for better quality and less prices. Then on the left side, your supplier is also doing the same thing. He wants more money to be given, better rate and better terms. Then threat of new entrants. And in today's net-driven world, competition can come from anywhere, because what internet has really done is geography has become history. And there are many such case studies where suddenly one competitor came with better technology and finished old business models. And there is a famous case of Kodak, which you all know of. Once upon a time, Eastman Kodak was a Fortune 100 company. They had presence in more than 300 countries, more than 60,000 partners, $6 billion turnover. And this company made a mistake of filing a patent, and that patent was digital cameras in mobile phones. Unfortunately, they made this patent open because VP of Kodak was quoted later. He said that time, my camera quality is so good, nobody will take pictures in mobile phone and be happy in it. What happened? After 5 years, every mobile phone had cameras and Kodak disappeared. And from a fortune list, they virtually became bankrupt. And I don't know what they are doing today, but Eastman Kodak, we don't even see their name today. And this is where threat of substitute is also there. Now, hopefully we don't have China problem, but low cost, cheap products is also a threat. And if you are in service business, this threat is constantly looming on you. My dear friends, we all are locked down in COVID times. In fact, 80% world is locked down. Once we are home stuck, we are all at same level because everybody is working from home. And this is where globalization has huge impact, because the whole world is now one. And you can talk to anybody, all you have to manage is time zones. What Vasco da Gama started many 100 years back is now a real concept. And many industries, including IT industry, have taken benefit of this. Digitization and sanitization are two things which new normal post-COVID will be part of our life. And here I will share with you one more story. Security is a big business today, but 20 years back, situation was different. In late 90s, I used to travel to US many times, and once I took a domestic flight, a short flight, and one black person sat next to me. I am 6 feet 3 inches. He was 5 inches taller than me, and he was carrying a rifle. I was worried. I went back and talked to our air hostess. This man is carrying a rifle. She said, no problem, in our country, gun are allowed in hand baggage. And today also you can see, whichever government comes to America, still today they are unable to ban guns, because guns are sold in America at every doorstep. Like we buy medicine, you can buy gun. But 9/11 came and the whole paradigm shifted. Suddenly the whole country became security conscious. Now you have to go 3 hours before your flight time to airport for constant checking. They will check you everything. And if your name is Shah Rukh Khan, they will review your clothes also. So what I am trying to tell you, friends, is situation changes and creates a business. Thanks to 9/11, security became a big business. X-ray screening, CCTV scans, this whole industry came because of 9/11. And if you are in the business of selling CCTVs or X-ray screening or providing security guards, you must thank Muhammad Atta and those terrorists who created this industry globally. So, my dear friends, technical trends are there, but these technical trends are not going to superimpose on core businesses. And this is where 20th century and 21st century, you can assume that 20th century business is on the left and 21st century digital business, what I call e-business, is on right. That business is fast, people want quick actions. Most of the time product attributes are customer selected, customer chooses what he wants. Prices are market prices because customer is well informed, he constantly checks. Production is always post sale. Earlier in traditional commerce it was pre-sale. value proposition. Now, I have seen people talking to me 30 years back. I want to start a business because I have a road touch plot. So the definition of a businessman 30 years back was, unless you have a road touch plot, you cannot start business. Or you must have land, or you must have a lot of money to give mortgage to banks who can probably give you loans. But today, value proposition is total solution. What value you are giving to customer is your solution. And your strategic asset is customer relationship. Unless you decide to engage in a relationship, you cannot succeed. And my dear friends, here I would like to give an example of Uber. How Uber started? Around 12 years back, two American engineers went to Paris and they came out of a place at 2 a.m. midnight. Since it is Paris, you can understand, I don't want to tell you from where they came out. But the challenge was, when they came out, it was not Paris city, it was some suburb. There was no transport available to them for returning to their hotel. No subway, no bus, nothing. They were wanting and they were waiting. If it was India, this would not have happened because stray dogs will start barking and these guys will go back to wherever they came from. But it was Paris, so they were stuck there for a few more minutes until a car came. A car stopped and driver asked them in broken English, where can I drop you? And these two people told hotel name. This driver dropped them. But while dropping, he said, I have dropped you, so I need 100 euros. And he gave 100 euros. The story doesn't end here. After this, the driver went home and slept. But these two Americans did not sleep. It suddenly struck them. Transportation is a big problem globally. There are people having cars and there are people needing transportation. And if we connect them, something can happen. And my dear friends, this is how Uber was born. Today, Uber is world's #1 transportation company. 3 years back, it has overtaken London Underground. And the biggest advantage of Uber model is they own customer relationship and nothing else. If you ask me, Uber is nothing but a software program. They don't own anything. They don't own any car they transport. They are partners, as they call them. They earn money on revenue sharing basis, and it has become #1. Now what has happened? Uberization of economy is a new term popular in business, and Uber business model can be copied in every area. We are blessed in India because for starting any new entrepreneurship opportunity, you need challenges. And those of you who are from India should feel very happy that we are born in a country where a lot of challenges are there. I don't remember a single day since I remember where there was no challenge. Every day there is some challenge. And each challenge is a business opportunity. And if you decide on Uber's principle of owning customer relationship, you can all get huge number of ideas. But 21st century business is different. The old model of big eating small will not work. It is not like a shark eating a small fish. It is fast eating slow. Speed of service is extremely important. Please understand, choice is a human right. So you can't create monolithic autocratic model where you decide what customer wants. Around 100 years back, Henry Ford started transportation industry with automobiles. And if you see his earlier days, he used to produce only black cars. And he used to say, I will produce a car as long as it is black. So customer had no choice. And later on, you know where Ford is gone. And today you can choose your car color, you can choose feature. So please understand, choice is a human right. Brands can be built online. This is an excellent time to be in because in 20th century, marketing was extremely expensive. Now brands can be built online. Instant attention can happen. 7 years back, a no-voice singer called Dhanush sung some song, Kolavari D, and in one day, I am told that lakhs of people heard him on YouTube. and he became overnight sensation. Now, I don't want you to start singing, but the point I want to tell you, friends, is social media is extremely powerful now. If you create a really good product or service which is required by people, you can use internet at a fraction of cost of print media to get attention and get pirate customers. Using simulation, you can win customer confidence. And this is where digital technology is coming to rescue. You can simulate many things which customer will not get physically. You can say, I will show you, I will simulate you. It is like what I am trying to tell you. And this simulation is possible in digital world. Then, my dear friends, please understand, if you are a budding entrepreneur or wanting to start business, please understand, cost is a reality and price is a strategy. Many internet businesses collapsed. In fact, they used to be called .com businesses in 2000. I also ventured, and I used to tell my venture capitalist at that time, we are doing something wrong, but he was insisting, and I got carried away. No wonder that business collapsed in 1 year, because it had no future, because he was constantly talking about underpricing and creating online portal. So this lesson taught us a lot, and I keep sharing this with all of you. You have only two options, third class or world class. And I'm sure you don't want the other one. So what is world class? Now I will not read each and every point, but you all understand and read this. Please understand, world class means anything can become world class. Any small thing you do can become world class. Any small service you give can become world class service. And a big business can give third class service. There are many examples of world class and third class around you. And once you start giving world class service or product to customer to the best of your abilities, you will be constantly required by customer, and customer will not forget you. And this is where brands can be built. We have unique brands in Pune. Take example of Chitale Bakarwadi, is a brand by itself. And many other sweet marts have Bakarwadi, but everybody wants to buy Chitale only. This is because they have found out a typical niche and they have exploited and created a brand by itself. Please choose right people for the right roles. This is one problem I have seen in many Indian companies, where any person can put in any role, but putting a right person in right role is very important. And this is partially applicable even in Rotary clubs. When you choose your board of directors, please put right person in the right role. Nobody will give you premium for better quality. That is history now. People want highest quality at lowest prices. And competition is doing this. Technology is there as an enabler, transformation. In fact, today technology is transformation enabler, and you must exploit it in your business. So, my dear friends, this brings me to the main topic which I wish to speak, and we can have a chat after this. Networking or not working is my motto, and whatever little success I have gathered is because of this motto. I claim that I have a network. I know people from multiple domains, and it is not difficult to build such a network. Anybody can build, you can also do it, but you have to start working on it, and investing is very important. I got benefited on two counts. One is height. Because of height, it is difficult to forget me. Actually, during my school education, I used to curse my biology, because whatever I do, I used to get noticed, and I was a bit naughty. But teachers loved me because they used to punish me. So height can become your advantage. Surname is another thing. I inherited a unique and different surname, and I have yet to meet a person with my surname from a different family, not my relatives. So once you have a unique surname and a distinct personality, then people remember you, and this is positive and negative also. If you do a bad job, then people will again remember you and tell you. But if you start investing on your own personality, each one of you is unique. and you can build around it. But please understand, friends, the rule of networking is giving is first. If you start saying, I want benefit first, then you can't become networking person. You keep giving, returns will come. You have to be patient. And my own life is example. Who pays me, for what service I get paid, I don't know, but it happens because something I have done many years back to somebody it creates goodwill. I will give you one more example. Pune is blessed with so many academic institutes. Somehow, because of my association with Maratha Chamber, Pune International Center, Pune Vyaspeed, I know owners of most colleges. Many people know this in India. If they want donation-free admission in many colleges, then I can help them. And over last 15 years, I have helped many people. And there is other side of the story also. Many colleges are actually giving free seats, but people don't know this. There are agents in between who are milking you. But this has created goodwill, and many people have remembered this, and they have helped me at multiple times because of this goodwill creation. So, rule of networking is giving first, think long term, returns will come, build relationship and win trust, because networking means your relationship has to be long term, lifelong. People should not forget you. Don't give false promises. You can fool a person once, but you can't fool all the people all the time. If you start doing that, then you'll end up in Eroda jail. And you know some people who did not understand this principle. You can't assume that customer is not informed. Assume that he has same information or more information because of internet. Digital marketing is important. Social media can help you partially, but your product or your service has to have metal in it. Many companies I have seen have sleek websites, excellent mobile app, but no metal, no service. And I have seen the exact opposite side of pendulum. Excellent product, excellent service, but no packaging, no digital marketing, or for that matter, no marketing. So both things are bad. You have to be somewhere in the middle. So don't over depend on social media. This is also an art and skill. If you start doing too many things on social media, people get irritated. So please balance it properly. Build credentials with Rotary, because Rotary is a great network. I told you in my beginning what was my experience on day 2 as a Rotarian. 2 years later, I went to Hanover, and Hanover has a big messe. It's called Hanover Messe. And even today it is big. Now forget about 21, because due to COVID it may not be big. But in 22, if you are in engineering, manufacturing, device market, you must visit Hanover Messe. Please put it on your travel list in March 22. Hanover Messe I have been to at least 6-7 times, but as a Rotarian, my first experience was the objective of going to Hanover Messe is to appoint partners. We had a product in Tata Group, and we had taken up a stall, and we were looking for various partners. Day 1 happened, only 5 people visited our stall. I was getting frustrated. I told my friend, who was again my partner he was my colleague. He said, nothing is going to happen. This week we will get at best 20-30 visiting cards. Second day morning, while I was entering inside, I saw Rotary logo. And then I asked help desk, what is this Rotary logo? He said, there are Rotary clubs here, they meet for lunch every day. So I told my friend, I am a Rotarian, let me try my luck. And miracles started happening, because when I went for lunch, we all exchanged cards. And the kind of people I met there on day 2 were amazing. They could not have come to my stall, but I invited them. Some people came. Then I realized that Hanover, those days, I am talking about 92, today I don't know numbers, but they had more than 10 clubs in Hanover. And every day, because of Messe, they used to host a meeting there during Messe time. And in fact, it was their fundraising project, because they were charging for lunch. And every day they used to get around 100 to 200 people for attending Rotary meetings because those days makeup was a big problem in Rotary. So next 5 days I attended Rotary meeting. I collected around 100 visiting cards. People whom I would not have met otherwise visited our stall. Some became partners, and it was a part of success story. So Rotary can be a big credential building. Please take advantage of this, but don't overdo this because follow the first two slides. Giving is first, build relationship, and then start pushing your business. Don't do other way around. Today I can proudly tell you all my partners or suppliers whom you call are Rotarians because that is a minimum criteria in my life. If you want to do business with me, I do only with Rotarians. Thanks for patient hearing. So, where is my niece?
Thank you. Thank you, Deepak Kaka. As always, with the same energy and the charisma, you introduced the very well needed topic of today of the power of internet and remote working. I would now request Rotarian Manju Farke to come up and to take over the question and answer session for this amazing topic.
I don't know, Riddhi, what was it really amazing? I don't know.
It was. It's always is whenever talking to you, it's like one fun trip around, like a lot of amount of knowledge.
मी एक मेसेज दिला होता तुला तो लक्षात आहे का तुझ्या
हो कळलंय नको तू आता इथं बोलू.
Okay, Manju is coming.
Technical team, please get up Manju Fateh. Yes.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Dr. Deepak.
अरे बापरे.
Nice to have you here.
Okay.
The questions that we would like to ask after this wonderful presentation, taking people right from this dynamic world and how it is changing to why do the networking. The first question I would like to really ask is, how do you really foresee these changes coming so as to keep yourself prepared for the future?
See, it depends on because today you are talking about COVID times because we are stuck in a very difficult business situation right now. So if you are a budding entrepreneur, then you need to see challenges, which I mentioned in my speech. Please understand that world is always changing and there will be challenges around you, but each challenge offers opportunity also. And let me share with you, since March 16 in India, in last 7 months, 99% women have not bought lipstick. So lipstick market is gone, but mask market has come. Now, if you are in beauty business and if you shift from lipstick to mask, then you can make money. But if you start saying that I am going to sell lipstick, who is going to buy from you? Because most of the women think like today, if I am going to wear mask, why should I wear lipstick? So this is not a humor, but reality. And this is where you all must see where opportunities are there. And I can tell you, if you look around, there are many opportunities for everybody. If you are talking about IT sector, on one side, people are losing jobs. But on the other side, I bought a laptop 2 months back and it took me with all my contacts 15 days because laptops were not available. There was suddenly shortage. And from where I bought laptop, this person told me they have done 40% more business as compared to last year. And there is a huge shortage of hardware engineers, networking and maintenance people, and data security, information security. These are big problems today. So if you are around this space, and there are many such domains in healthcare and pharma also. And I'm sure if you look around, keep your mind open. Opportunities are there. It is up to you to ask and seek them and work on a solution.
Okay, the next question that has come from one of the participants is, how can a 15 to 18-year-old boy do networking and how can it help?
See, networking doesn't have age, and in 20th century, a businessman was defined as an experienced person, old and matured person. Today, it is not so. See, innovation is God gifted. If you have an innovative, some people will call cranky idea. See, you have to understand one thing. Why will people network with you? You have to ask this question. Today you are 15-year-old. Maybe I am elder to you by 41 years. Now, if you start talking to me, because I have a rule, nobody in my social media network is a person whom I don't know personally. So I don't accept friend requests from unknown people. So if you have a value for me, then I will transact my time. So I have a limited list of Facebook friends, and I don't have ambition to cross 5,000 friend requests. Whatever network I have in Facebook are people whom I know. Similar is in LinkedIn. So you have to ask yourself one question. Why should people talk to you? Why should people invest their time? If you have a unique skill or a unique product or a unique idea, then people will start talking to you and wealth creation will happen eventually. Don't come to me for selling immediately, because I don't buy anything from any person unless I know you. So same is the rule with many other people also.
So yes, so I think you can start at any age and it will help you over a period of time. Next question I would like to ask you is, you know, what future jobs or businesses that you see coming up in a very, when I say future, in a maybe probably 3 to 7 years?
See, let me take 1 year first, because 3 to 7 years is later. Unfortunately, I come from IT domain, so there are technical examples, but let me go back to basics. What you see world around you, globally, healthcare is very, I will say, currently, at least in India, it's an area of focus. Government, corporates, everybody is worried about healthcare. Skilling is another important thing. I do a lot of career counseling, and in last 5 months, my traffic has increased more than 20 times. So skilling is a big business. You can see around you, healthcare sector requires professionals. Not all are doctors. There are non-medicals. So can you come up with a plan to skill and provide regular people? Medical devices. Many of you probably are not aware that more than 80% of devices are imported. Can you create a domestic model and represent? I know some people who are working on it. So healthcare and pharma is my top focus. After that comes digital technology because of digitization. Then comes sanitization, because this sanitization is going to remain our habit. Your premise sanitization, home sanitization, personal sanitization, this business is there. Too many players are there, but there is always a place for a right person. If you have unique ideas. 2 days back, I met a startup company. They have developed a mobile app, and their application is futuristic. After companies start, physical distancing is going to be a problem. So they have developed an app, and if the company keeps Bluetooth on compulsory to all employees, then after, if somebody starts coming near you, this mobile phone will beep and it will divert people coming near you. This is an idea. I don't know whether this company will make money, but at least they have come upon this product, and later on I realized that 2-3 more apps are available like this, and they are offering it to companies for a fee. So this is not like a free product. So my dear friends, open your eyes, look for challenges, and you are blessed in India, because when you find a challenge, start thinking, can I make business out of it? Now, if the answer is yes, then please come up with a social enterprise and make money.
The last question, there are a lot of questions actually which have come up, but for want of time, we will take the last question. As to how do we overcome the barriers of language and different cultures while networking?
See, English is acceptable language in India, but if you want to quickly win relationship, then local language helps. I know only Marathi, but I have friends in Karnataka. I have friends. When I talk to them in Kannada, I say the only Kannada language I know is Nanaga Kannada Gattilla. Means I don't know Kannada. So I think this is where sense of humor is important. And you can't develop sense of humor, but don't develop sense of rumor because you will be unpopular in no time. But if you can crack jokes, if you can give anecdotes, you can start stories. And this is something I learned from Dada Vaswani. I met him 16 years back once, and I met him many times again. And every time I used to meet him, he used to tell me a story. And his books, you go to his Sadhu Vaswani mission, there are umpteen books, buy them. Each book has a story. And if you start telling meaningful stories, use humor to crack barriers because people know the humor and they remember you. So I think we are running out of time, so we are alarmed, I think. So I don't know whether people are hearing me, but sense of humor helps. But it has to be done properly. And also you have to maintain dignity and quality because it can backfire you. So don't overdo this also.
Yes, so thank you very much, Dr. Deepak, and with this we come to the close of this particular session, and I hand it over back to the Master of Ceremony, Dr. Riddhi.
Yeah. Thank you for this amazing session. I would like to now request Retractor Alfia to come up and present us with a vote of thanks. And also, I would like Deepak Kaka, you will be receiving this memento in the form of a courier. But as of now, we are just going to play a small memento for you virtually.
Hello, I'm audible? Yes. So, a very good afternoon to all. I'm Road Tractor Alfia Sayyad from Road Track Club of Electrical MCOE Metro, and it's my privilege to have been asked deliver a vote of thanks on this very auspicious day. And on behalf of RYLA Anvishiki, I would like to thank PDG Rotarian Dr. Deepak Shikarpur sir for their important work and sharing your thoughts and opinions with us today. A big thank you to you, sir, for your work towards the power of networking. Your presence has made us realize about power of networking. And as you said, Rotary can be used for the networking. We will follow that. And we also came to know about the business fundamental and evaluation of globalization. You asked that youngsters should come forward and take the challenges. We will surely work on this, sir, and we will also make best out of it. And yes, your presence has inspired to all the road tractors, Rotarians and Rylians. And once again, I want to state that yes, your presence it's very grateful for us that you are present on this very auspicious day. So thank you everyone. Thank you all.
Yeah. Thank you, Alfia. Well, I would first like to apologize because earlier we had a small video of our Coast Club President, Mr. Feroz Masters, which we could not play due to technical issues. So I request the technical team to just play that video for us. A welcoming video from him.
Friends, a warm welcome to our District Governor, Rotarian Rashmi Kulkarni, DGE, Rotarian Pankaj Shah, and DGN, Rotarian Dr. Anil Parmar. I hope they've logged in. I also welcome all our guest speakers, our participants from India and overseas, and all district officials, past and present, and of course all Rotarian friends who have taken time out today to join this event. I am Rotarian Feroz Masters, the serving president of Rotary Club of Pune downtown. The city of Pune is located approximately 160 kilometers from the Indian financial capital of Mumbai on the western coast of India. In our district 3131, we have 135 plus Rotary clubs with approximately 5,500 Rotarians serving humanity. The district is captained by Rotarian Rashmi Kulkarni, who holds the unique distinction of being the first lady governor of District 3131. I hope she hereby sets a trend of more ladies taking up such challenging assignments. Friends, let's give her a big hand. Today is the 5th of September, which is celebrated as Teachers' Day in India. What better day to hold a RYLA event? Today is the birth anniversary of Dr. Sarvapalli Radhakrishnan, the first President of India. Dr. Radhakrishnan was a great philosopher, academician and statesman. This is in keeping with our theme for today, which is Anvikshiki, meaning a person who wants to know, a thinker and an examiner. Friends, today we are standing on unknown ground because of this dreaded virus called COVID-19, which is trying to block our way forward. I said unknown because we have so many questions staring us in the face to which we have no reply as of now. For example, when will this coronavirus disappear from our lives? When will the vaccine be ready for use? When will children go back to schools and colleges? When will people stop losing jobs for no fault of theirs? When will we hear of large-scale recruitment starting again? When will the economic health of our country start looking northward again? And so on. These and many more questions are clouding our minds. Friends, we need to handle the situation with courage and fortitude and keep our spirits high to help build tomorrow, the different tomorrow. And Rotary does just this. We plan to talk to this young audience today to make them prepared for the task ahead and how to choose the right road to success. The Rotary theme for this year is Rotary Opens Opportunities, a slogan conceived by our serving President, International President, Rotarian Holger Nack. It's another matter that we thought of this theme much before the pandemic struck us. In any case, it is so appropriate in the current run of events. Rotary is one of the largest NGOs devoted to selfless service to mankind. The very essence of Rotary is to constantly help the lesser privileged and to guide the new generation to face the future with confidence and resolve. By doing so, Rotary has managed to uplift the physical, mental and economic lives of its communities. We actively concentrate on the following basic avenues, which are water and sanitation, hygiene, education and literacy, supporting the environment, disease prevention, peace building and conflict resolution. Deep in its heart, every Rotarian is committed to constantly develop these basic essentials for the betterment of mankind. We will today try to run you through some of these key areas which will help you in developing your leadership faculties. Some of these topics will be on leadership and team building, networking, communication skills, problem solving, creative and innovative decision making, importantly, meditation, yoga, pranayama, etc. as perfectly necessary tools to de-stress ourselves. And whilst we do all this, friends, we have some fun games also, as Rotarians strongly believe in work hard and play hard. Thank you, stay safe and enjoy today with us.
Thank you all. And thank you, Rotarian Feroz Masters, for welcoming us with this beautiful speech. We will now like to break off for 5 minutes till we line up the next speakers for the day and for our session 2. So let's take a break for 5 minutes, please.
भैया वीडियो हुआ यहाँ देखा था बैठ लिया था हाँ
Must be so proud, they know it all. No, they don't speak our language. They say we're too savage. Yeah, no, no, we don't give up anymore. We're gonna ride, 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 rise till we fall. We're gonna ride, 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 rise till we fall. They don't speak our language. They say we're too savage. Yeah, no, no, we don't give up anymore. We're gonna ride, 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 rise. We're gonna ride, 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 rise. We're gonna ride, 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 rise. We're gonna ride, 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 rise till we fall. No, 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 nowhere. But what they don't know, no, no, is we don't care. We're gonna keep it on going till we can't go no more. We're gonna ride, 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 ride till we fall. Yeah, when we hit the bottom, no stop, climb to the top, you know. We could be the greatest ones who ever lived. Yeah, I could be talking to them. They tryna hate, 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 but we want change, change, change.
Arjun is a very active road tractor. They will bring a lot of fresh ideas, youthfulness. We also want them to, Shujita and Arjun, we want you to also participate in these programs. Maybe do 1 or 2 global grants with Rotary clubs. Soon, over a period of time, you will be allowed your own global grants also. In the meanwhile, do projects on your own as far as sanitation is concerned.
Must be so proud, they know it all. No, they don't speak our language. They say we're too savage. Yeah, no, no, we don't give up. nowhere. But what they don't know is we don't care. We're gonna keep it on going till we can't go no more. We're gonna ride till we fall. Yeah, when we hit the bottom, nothing gon' stop. Climb to the top, you know. We could be the greatest ones who never did. Yeah, I could be talking to them. They tryna hate, but we won't change.
Arjun is a very active route actor. They will bring a lot of fresh ideas, youthfulness. We also want them to, Shujita and Arjun, we want you to also participate in these programs. Maybe do 1 or 2 global grants with Rotary clubs. Soon, over a period of time, you will be allowed your own global grants also. In the meanwhile, do projects on your own as far as sanitation is concerned.
Till we fall. They don't speak our language. They say we're too savage. No, we don't give up anymore. They think we just drop out, living at our mom's house. Parents must be so proud. They know it all. No, they don't speak our language. They say we're too savage. Yeah, no, we don't give up anymore. We're gonna rise till we fall. We're gonna rise till we fall. They don't speak our language. They say we're too savage. No, we don't give up anymore. We're gonna rise. Nowhere. But what they don't know is we don't care. We're gonna keep it on going till we can't go no more. We're gonna ride till we fall. Yeah, when we hit the bottom, nothing gon' stop. Climb to the top, you know. We could be the greatest ones who never did. Yeah, I could be talking to them. They tryna hate, but we won't change.
Arjun is a very active route actor. They will bring a lot of fresh ideas, youthfulness. We also want them to, Shujita and Arjun, we want you to also participate in these programs. Maybe do 1 or 2 global grants with Rotary clubs. Soon, over a period of time, you will be allowed your own global grants also. In the meanwhile, do projects on your own as far as sanitation is concerned.
Okay. Yeah. So we are back now, and sorry for some moments of delay. Now let's head to the part 2 of our session of today, as I call upon Retractor Sanjana to welcome and introduce our next guest speaker, Ms. Joyce Weaves from USA, as she heads a workshop on drawing of meditation. Please welcome Sanjana.
Joyce Weaves. Joyce is a behavioral therapist in San Francisco's Department of Public Health and holds several advocacies through the World Health Organization and United Nations cause for persons with autism. She is an advocate for mental health law, human rights, a diploma she obtained through the collaboration of WHO and India Law Society in Pune, India. Although she flunked in her art subject all the time in elementary, she nevertheless pursued meditative art, which became her favorite subject to teach. She wrote the Mental Health Crisis Intervention in the Philippines, which was signed by the Congress to be disseminated nationwide. Of all the initials after her name, her most favorite and important is Mom. She is a mother to a 16-year-old son who is a junior in high school and president of their business Mindfully Mindless, which volunteers to teach meditative art through the Zentangle method for worthy causes and facilitates also in major corporations in the Bay Area. We welcome you, Joyce, to our RYLA Unmensch.
Yeah, I'm really grateful to be here. I would like to introduce my son, Miles. He's 16 years old. Thank you very much. I'm very much honored to be here. Pushkaraj reached out to me after doing a meditative art session with the Rotarians from Berkeley in the United States. And so here we are today, and we're really excited. I remember being in Pune in 2016 and 2017. Actually, the shirt that I'm wearing is from Biba, the boutique over at in Pune. I used to walk there around that area because I went to the RYLA, India Law Society, when I was taking my international course for mental health, human rights, and law. And so I have very fond memories of Pune, India, and I'm so glad to be able to do this. A year ago, actually, I was in the Philippines teaching the different parts of the government, the Department of Health, Department of Labor, Education, Social Welfare and Development, the National Bureau of Investigations, the Philippine National Police, about teaching people about mental health crisis and how to help. I love teaching any way that I can to be able to help people through anxiety and depression. How did it start? It started when I was, it started from this girl that I knew from high school. She was vibrant and very active in school. She was smart, great parents. But you know what? She had a secret and could not really talk about, what had happened to her. And that silenced her. So turned out that, she harmed herself. But it was a good thing that she survived. And today she's going to be teaching your class. And that is me. I would like to say, for all those who are listening, for those who are youth, and any one of us, sublimating is important. And what is sublimation? Sublimation is finding meaning in the things that you experience that are painful or through crisis, and using it to help other people. All of us go through many things, especially as we're young, even as we grow old. There's many things that we will experience, but always finding meaning and using that in such a way to help other people. And this meditative art therapy and everything that I've done through mental health is, a way that I found meaning in the pain that I've experienced in the past so that I can help many people. As young people, we can do many things. We can create a lot of change, and we can help many people. As youths, we can be generous. We may not have money, but we have time. We can be there for people. We can spend time with our friends and our parents. Of course, right now we have to be responsible because of the pandemic. But there's also other ways, that we can be generous. We can be generous with our hearts, with caring for other people. I think most of all, as a therapist, I'm effective because I know how to listen. I think for every single one of us, even as youths, we can be generous with our hearts by listening to other people, by listening to our friends and what they go through without judgment. And so I think I would like to be able to just, before we start with our meditative art therapy, I wanted to give you a little bit of my background in that sense, and inspire every single one of you who are participating to just always use whatever opportunities that we've been given, even painful experiences, to be able to help other people and use that to find meaning in our lives. Art has never been a strong part of my life, and I've pursued it, and I would like to share it with you. My son is actually very generous. As when Pushkaraj invited us to do this meditative art therapy, he was the one who said, "Mom, let's just give it and do this, even without any cost, because during this time, many people really need a skill so that we can help ourselves to not be anxious, especially during this pandemic." And I would like to invite him for a little bit to share about about himself.
Hi, I'm Miles. I'm 16. I'm in high school. And as a high schooler in quarantine, almost the entire day can be pretty stressful, especially with school now that's in play. I think it can feel very lonely, and I can feel a lot of anxiety. In fact, about 1/3 of people in the United States have suffered from anxiety and depression because of quarantine and staying inside and staying at home. And I think this would be a useful skill to give to other people in all communities to help them cope with the stress and to help them with learning meditative art to help them, learn a new skill. So, yeah, thank you for letting me share. Thanks. Yeah.
All right. So let us start. If I'm hoping that you already have paper, pen, and pencil. And Miles is going to go to his own room so that he can do the art therapy there too. All right. So before we start with the art therapy, I would like for us to ground ourselves through meditation. Okay. I will be playing a little bit of music, and we will start by closing our eyes. Alexa, play my Zentangle meditation playlist.
Your playlist, Zentangle Meditation, on Amazon Music.
All right. I would like us to invite us to close our eyes. Imagine that there's a flower in front of our noses and a candle that's lit about 6 inches away from our lips. I would like us to inhale and smell that flower deeply, and then exhale very softly so that you are blowing on the flame without killing the fire. Inhale deeply and exhale. Imagine there's a string from your tailbone that goes through your spinal column all the way up to your skull. And that string is a little bit taut. And like a your head is straight. Your shoulders relaxed. As you continue to inhale deeply, exhaling, playing with that flame slowly. Inhale deeply, exhale. I want us to invite us to inhale peace. Inhale it deeply and exhale any anxiety or worry. Imagine it dissipating as it goes through the flame. Again, inhale peace deeply, exhaling any stress and anxiety. I want us to inhale love. Inhale it deeply, letting it wash through you. And exhale any resentment or anger. I want us to inhale joy and feel it. Inhale and let it wash inside. And exhale any sadness or anger. Slowly playing with that flame. I want us to inhale confidence, exhaling any insecurity or any self-doubt or guilt. Inhale confidence again, exhaling any insecurity. Imagine and say to yourself, I am a presence first, a person second. My presence fills the room with confidence and an open mind. This time is a gift for myself. I leave behind any worry just for this hour. This is my gift for myself. I will learn. I will allow myself to be guided because I love myself. And right now, I choose to care for myself. I inhale gratitude and I exhale thank you. Again, I inhale gratitude for my community and for my friends. And I whisper thank you. Once again, I inhale, thank you for this opportunity to learn a skill that I can use for the rest of my life. And I whisper softly, thank you. A few more breaths. And I'd like us to slowly open our eyes. All right. Thank you for joining me in that meditation. We are now going into our Zentangle meditation. Zentangle was started by a couple by the name of Rick Roberts and Maria Smith. Rick was a monk and Maria is a calligraphist. And he noticed that whenever Maria was doing her artwork, he would notice that she's so relaxed and almost like in another world. And so he said, you know what, there must be something here. And so what they did was they created a program so that people can relax by doing art. And I promise you that even if you swear that you do not know art, as long as you know how to draw a dot and a line, you are good to go. I love that in Zentangle there are no mistakes. So in our materials, I did not ask for any erasers because we will not be using erasers. All right. So let's start with our pencils. Let's get our pencils. And I will do this. You will not see my face anymore for now. Okay, what we're going to do is get our pencils. And actually, at the back of our papers, let's write our names. And then at the bottom, the date today, September 5, 2020. And then write something that you're grateful for. I am sharing. All right. Got it? So next, we're going to go to the front of our paper. We will be putting dots at the corners of our paper. Okay? Because sometimes it can be intimidating to start with a blank paper. So what we can do is just, all right, we can just put dots. So what we're going to do this time is with our pencils, draw a line to connect the dots. So you will be able to create a frame on your pencil. All right. And then this time what we're going to do is going to get our pens. Okay? And with our pens, what we're going to do All right, very good.
Yeah.
So we will continue with, so this is actually good because we will continue with our meditative art. We can relax, right? As we draw dots. Okay, so in the middle of all right, can we are you able to see me now? Okay, very good. So let's continue by drawing dots on four corners also. So we're going to have many dots. Okay. Again, between these three dots on top, we're going to put middle dots also. About same size. About same size dots. We're going to do it at the bottom also. All right. On the left side, we're also going to draw dots in the middle of three dots. And as you can see the pattern, we're going to do the same thing on the right side also. All right. So now we're going to put dots in the middle of our square paper. So I will start here between the top center and the center dot. And I'm going to draw a dot also between the center and the bottom center. Right. And then we're going to continue drawing dots between the left center and the center, and then the right center. And then we're going to draw dots in between. And as we draw these dots, just enjoy, putting dots on your paper, peppercorn sized dots. All right. So now here we have 25 dots. All right. Now what we're going to do here is from the top left corner dot, we're going to be drawing curved lines. Okay. So what we're going to do here is we're going to draw a curved line that's almost like a open parenthesis. Okay. But the way I will do it is I would like to caress that dot a little bit. Sort of round and let it orbit and fly down to the dot below it so that it looks like the old school headphone. Okay, and then we're going to do the next pair of dots. I'm going to go round and round again, but I'm going to do a close parenthesis and land on the dot below it. Okay. And then in the next two dots, I'm going to do the same thing. I'll do one open parenthesis. And then the next two dots, I'm going to do a close parenthesis. And so the last one would be an open parenthesis. Okay. Okay. So next row is going to be doing that circular orbit on the dot, but this time doing a close parenthesis. Sort of like an alternate. Okay. Next would be going around, orbit, and land on the other dot. All right. Right now you're probably seeing a pattern. What we're going to do again is do that close parenthesis. So we will be alternating these curved lines. Next would be okay, the last two dots to the right would be a close parenthesis. Okay, we're on to our third row here. So what we're going to do is we're going to do the alternate. We're going to do an open parenthesis this time. And next to a close parenthesis. All right. The next would be and you're probably seeing a pattern here now. So next would be close parenthesis. And then another open parenthesis at the end. Next, last two rows, we're going to do a close parenthesis. Next would be open parenthesis. And we'll keep going until the end of these pair of dots. All right. All right. So our next step would be starting again from the top left dot. We're still also going to be orbiting these little black dots. But this time we're going to do a curved line that faces upward. I will show you. It's a letter C that goes upwards. Okay, and then the alternate is a letter C that faces down. You land on the other dot. All right. And then what we're going to do is going to do another letter C that faces up. What we're going to do next is orbit that dot and land on the next. All right, so I hope we're all following. Okay, so the second row, we're going to also continue to caress that dot, right? Orbit that. And this time we're going to do a C that faces down and land on the next dot. Next two dots will be the alternate, the one that faces up. Okay, next two dots would be the C that faces down. And the next one is the C that faces up. All right, we're on to our third row. Okay, we are going to do a curved line that faces upwards. It's like a bowl that catches rain going upwards. Okay, the next is going to be downwards. And so we're going to continue the pattern. As you probably noticed that there's one pattern. And we will continue until the bottom right. So you see the pattern. And just enjoy every line. If you're holding the pen tightly, just relax and loosen the grip and breathe. That is the mindfulness part of this. How are we doing so far? All right. So what we're going to do here for our next step is to aura our work. Okay, now what does aura mean? It's a technique that we use to just mimic a particular shape or line. So this one, what we're doing is I'm going to just copy the shape of this line. both from the bottom and top. All right. And now I would like us to aura, but we will aura vertically here. And then on the other side. Okay. And we're going to continue doing these auras, alternating horizontal and vertical. In all of these little sections now that we have created. Alternating vertical and horizontal. Make sure that you relax your grip. How is everybody doing? All right. So, oh, good. I'm so glad to hear that. All right. So we're going to again start with the upper leftmost section. Okay. We're going to just turn our paper so that this section is vertical, and that we're going to create a little bit of a curve there, sort of like make it like there's a pizza, tiny pizza there. And I'm going to just create the aura that, so that I have about 3 or 4 curve lines. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to, on this side, an angle here, I'm going to do another sort of like pizza pie. There you go. And then I will alternate on the other side. So now there's that corner over there. I can create more sort of like pizzas. Okay. So now I will move my tile so that the next section is going to be vertical. All right, and then I'm going to do the same thing. Just create those. And then I'm going to put more curved lines there. So angle. And then it's just going to be alternating. And I'll turn my tile again, just my paper. Then I'll do that in all my sections. So I would like you to know that there's many other more patterns at Pinterest, or you can Google it, and it just says Zentangle, and then you'll be able to create in your own designs. And it may look hard, it may look complex, but as you can see with what we're doing right now, it's not at all. It is just repetition of lines and dots. In my practice as a therapist, I do this before I see my clients because sometimes it can get very heavy. I also use this technique, meditative art, for my clients in San Francisco who, have depression, anxiety. There's even some who have schizophrenia. I'm not sure if I was able to tell you that my full-time job is that I'm a behavioral therapist for the Department of Public Health in San Francisco. I love my job. So I would like us to go into shading now. In between, how do you say this? When you look at your different sections, you will find that intuitively there's some that are overlapping each other. So we can just use our pencils to shade a little bit sides. If you have a Q-tip or even a tortillon, you can blend so that the pencil marks are more softer. You can also use a Q-tip. It's over here. You can shade that. blur it. There you go. Or if you don't have any of those, you can use your finger. It's not as effective because you couldn't control it very well, but you'll still be able to blur it a little bit. So you can find areas that you can shade. Just pencil it a little bit and move it to the center. With either a Q-tip or a tortillon. There. Okay. And you can do that with the rest of the other sections. And there too. And what we can do with our pencils also is just shade a little bit the pencil lines, the frame that we made earlier. And blur it a little bit. Either with our tortillon or with our Q-tip. It's not as controlled, but it will blur. Or you can shade with your finger. There you go. It's not as effective, but it will blur eventually. There you go. And from here, because of time's sake, right, I would like to be able to, just for us to be able to even take this home and continue. Oh, wait a second, you're already home, huh? And continue it and play around with it. But I would love to see your work. And I'm going to put my email address here on our website. I'm so high tech. And I would love to see your work and send it to me. If there's any questions, or if there's any comments that you would like to make, maybe we can just take a little.
Yeah, just thank you, Joyce. It was an amazing session. Like it was going into the deep and just like taking a few minutes back and understanding and just being with yourself. I think one thing this pandemic has taught us is about patience. And this one tiny bit of session where we talk about art and we try to figure out how to go about it is something that helps us in a way to reconnect with ourselves. I would like to call, I would like to request Mr. Rotarian Ujjwal Taude to present us now with a midway overview and feedback. Okay. 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 Just so we like go about, I'm getting many messages on our WhatsApp group and everything, and people have thoroughly enjoyed the meditation and the drawing session, and they're very eager to send you and connect with you a lot. Thank you. Manju, rotated Manju, are you around? So we can head up with the question answer session. Uh, are there like all the part? Yes, we have Manju here.
Okay, so sorry.
That's too deep in the past. Too much of meditation. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
thank you, Joyce, for that wonderful drawing, and I have mine also done here. So
Oh, beautiful. I
so
love
this
it.
is doing, and it reminded me of our rangoli. In our childhood, we used to do this kind of mehendi on the hands. So we used to draw this
Mm.
hands. So it reminded me of that. So you took me to my childhood. So thank you for that. And I would like to first of all ask you one thing. The most important thing I feel that you should be talking about is like, most of these youngsters feel that meditation and all these things are meant for our later on lives, and not to be done at this age. So, what is your take on this?
Meditation is good for everyone. I mean, so long as the person is already able to, um, you know, sit and think. The awesome thing about art meditation, this kind of meditative art therapy, is that as long as you already know how to write your name, you're able to just have fun. Just do one line after line after line, or a dot and line. You'll be able to create a beautiful piece of art. And it's very empowering. And so there's no I don't there's nothing uh, negative about that. Only opens our minds to creativity and empowerment.
Great. And so that does it have to be this kind of a drawing, or it can be any drawing, or does this kind of a drawing where you concentrate and line by line, does it have any specific impact on your mind?
Absolutely, absolutely. Um, when we're able to focus on something and tune out our anxieties and stressors and whatever thoughts that are intrusive, we're able to reset ourselves. Um,
Okay.
a lot of my uh, clients, enjoy this, um, because it helps them to be able to reset from, whatever worries they have. Of course, they'll come back to it later on. The reality still will hit, but we do need for our minds to have a sense of calm and peace to be able to think more clearly afterwards. Most of the ones that benefit from this, and my son and I, planning to do this to victims of, I'm sorry, survivors of domestic abuse and violence.
Oh,
I have clients who will just pull out a piece of paper and pen and start, meditative art drawing when they are feeling triggered, because it helps them to breathe, it helps them to focus on something, and then they're able to calm down. One of my favorite anecdotes is a client of mine who hears voices, schizophrenia, and he says that I love doing this because even if it's just for an hour in my life, the voices stop. Um,
okay. So, so again, there are questions. Probably people are finding this very unique, very different. This kind of pattern drawings. So the questions coming is, how does the drawing pattern helps in meditation and is different from going in trance meditation?
hmm Yes, well, this one is just short enough, that you're able to just focus and create something, and uh, it's how do you call this? The time is not enough for you to be able to get that deep. However, some people can reach that level, when their focus is really intense doing this, art meditation. Time
Mhm.
flies really when you do this.
So, so do you have these set patterns, and will you be able to show us more of such patterns?
Absolutely. There's thousands of patterns that you can use, and combinations, and love to be able to continue, doing this, with people. This is actually, I would tell you, my guilty pleasure is teaching this. It gives me an excuse to really do Zentangle and find meaning doing it.
Okay.
Yes.
So,
I will write down here
yeah.
the website so that you can find more patterns that you can do. You can go to Pinterest or
Okay.
Google and just type Zentangle.
So, what is it? Say www dot mindlessly something. It's not clear on the camera. I don't know whether it is clear to anybody, everybody else. Can you read it out for us?
Yes. Miles and I, our website is mindlessly mindful.com.
Mindlessly mindful. All right.
Mm-hmm.
So the website for all the participants is www.mindlesslymindful.com, and you will
Yes.
get to see a lot of patterns there. Is what Joyce is saying. Coming
Yes.
back to my question, Joyce, does it have to be a
Mhm.
pattern drawing to get into this meditative state?
um, yes. Um, in that, when it becomes repetitive, that's when it becomes meditative, because your mind is becoming mindless, but you're also mindful that you're mindless about it. Because it's just
Yes.
patterns, right? It's just one line after another after another. That's what's meditative about it. But
Okay.
mindful in a sense that you know that when your grip is tight, you can tell yourself, breathe, relax your grip, and then you go back to the, stroke, the line, the dot.
Okay. So basically, what we are trying to say here is once you know the pattern, you don't have to really put your mind uh, to thinking as to what to do next. So that way you go mindless, but at the same time, you have to keep repeating the pattern, and that's where you go mindful. Is that what you're trying to say?
Um, yeah, when you keep repeating the pattern, that's when it becomes meditative and mindless.
Okay. So that's a very new angle to it because once actually I experienced it. Once you know what is to be done next, you don't have to really think much, and you can just focus on what you're doing, and that probably sets in that peace of mind in yourself, and that's probably becomes meditative. So it's really a nice experience to go through, and let me just check if there are any more questions on this. So somebody, Sachita Mahajan is saying, I can't concentrate for meditation. Can you provide me some tips to do meditation?
Mhm. Yes, it takes a lot of practice. And so start with just like 3 minutes,
Mhm.
5 minutes later on, and then, and then 7 minutes. But it takes a lot of, just repetitive practice when we're doing meditation.
Mhm.
With meditative art therapy, it's the same thing. If it seems like your mind keeps going everywhere while you're doing it, it takes time and practice.
Okay. So I have a friend who keeps saying that, whenever she does something with her hands, she feels, great. So probably there is some connection to that also in this meditation, drawings, patterns, going mindless and yet being mindful. Moving on to the
Absolutely.
next question. Um, what is the difference between painting and doing this kind of pattern drawing? Even painting is meditation, but as I said, what is the difference between a normal drawing that you would do and draw something on your own and this kind of a pattern um drawing? Actually, you answered
Yeah.
this in a partial way, but if you can just
Yeah.
elaborate more on what happens during the normal drawing.
Yeah, absolutely. So, um, any art is therapy. It's therapeutic. It's our way of expressing our creative selves. Maybe we don't use words, but we articulate with strokes, either by a crayon, by a pencil, by a pen, or by a paintbrush. So this is our way of expression. The meditative art through the Zentangle method, the one that we just did, it's different in normal art in that this meditation art therapy through Zentangle is not, you're not trying to draw anything. Like you're not drawing a dog
Yeah.
or a cat or a person. It's non-representational. So it frees us from the pressure of having to draw something exactly the way it's supposed to look like. But
Yes.
meditative art is like, if I collect the pieces that we all did, they'll all look similar, but they're going to be different because we have our own way of interpreting instruction. And so that's what's different about the meditative art through Zentangle. And there are no mistakes in Zentangle. And so you can just go around it. I love it. It's like life. I make a lot of mistakes. but it makes my life more colorful. And that I can just continue on and on and on and make it still beautiful. So anyway, that's the difference between the Zentangle art and regular art.
Okay, so that's true actually, to a limited point, probably I also experienced it while doing it today with you. And nobody can sit judgment on your art, and it's your art, um, individual thing for your own meditation. Yeah. Um, so somebody wants to know what is the difference between doodling and Ventangle?
Yes. Zentangle is more deliberate.
Okay.
And in a sense that you are mindful when you draw. In Zentangle, you relax and you breathe. You're mindful that your pen grip is relaxed. It's not, uh, you're not gripping it too hard. And when you realize and when you find that you're gripping it too hard, you reset yourself and you make your hand lighter so that you are relaxing yourself. It is mindful and deliberate about that piece so that you know that you're relaxed. And doodling is also relaxing, but it's not that deliberate. I am trying to here um, relax myself.
Okay. So I think it was a wonderful experience, and I'm sure whoever has participated wholeheartedly in this exercise, along with all of us, um, has experienced the meditative quality of this pattern drawing, and had never heard of this. So it's really nice to know new things. And with this, would you like to do any give any parting message to the participants?
Yes, I'm so grateful. I am humbled that we get to teach this. My son and I are just so thrilled that we can um, give this experience and visit us. Our website is still very new. Um, because of the pandemic, we had to go online here,
Okay.
and so like what Dr. Shikapur
Yes.
said earlier, that in any crisis there's opportunities, and so this has become our opportunity. So if you have any, you know, um, activities that you want, you can just go to our website. But I think the thing that I would really like to um, give to everybody is that art is therapy, and that I hope that through this we can use this as a way that we can lower our anxiety by being creative and also being relaxed. So
So
thank you.
thank you, Joyce. Your voice is also so soothing, and the way you speak is also very meditative, I presume. And probably that has
Thank
quietened
you.
me also down. And I can see the difference in how I'm speaking for this session. Otherwise, I'm like, yes, and suddenly I see myself quietened down. So probably it has worked, and for me at least. Thank you so much, Joyce, to you and to your
Thank you.
son. I missed his name though. Um,
Miles.
Miles. Okay, so thank you to you and Miles. And I hand it over back to our MOC for the day, Riddhi. Over to you, Riddhi.
Yeah. Thank you, Manju, for this. And thank you for a fun, like a very meditated and very thought of session of question and answers. And as well as I hope after this, everyone has just got some time to just calm down and think about everything around. Now, I would like to call upon Rotarian Ujjwal Taude, who will be joining us via Zoom to give us a midway overview and feedback, please. Yeah. Thank you, Rotarian Ujjwal Taude. I would like to mention that Rotarian Taude is from the Rotary Club of Pune Kothur and is working as a mentor for the Rotary District 3131 youth team. Now, I would like to call upon Rotarian Hiraman Botre. He is from the Rotary Club of Talegaon MIDC and working as a zonal director for Zone 1 of RID 3131 youth team. I would like to call him up to present the vote of thanks. And we would also be sending via courier dear memento to Joyce. And we would like to also present this memento over a virtual platform, please.
Hello. Hello. Is it I'm audible? Hello.
Yes, yes. Yeah.
Hello. Thank you. Good evening to all. I am Hiraman Botre, Rotary Club of Talegaon MIDC. I deem it a great pleasure, great honor and privilege to propose the vote of thanks on this memorable international RYLA. Let me first of all the start by giving glory to the Almighty for the making today's RYLA event a resounding success. First and foremost, I thank our today's guest speaker for RYLA, Ms. Joyce from USA, who despite her busy schedule has found time and grace this international RYLA. And I also express my heartfelt thanks to Ms. Joyce for his valuable contributions. We are grateful to our DG, Rotary and Rashmiji Kulkarni, for her work of encouragement. Her able guidance has always encouraged us. I thanks for her kindness, her interest, and continued support. I thankful our youth team, District Director Rotarian Vasantrao Rotarian Vishnuji, Rotarian Pushkaraj Rotarian Asmita, Rotarian Girishji, Rotarian Sahilji, and Rotarian Divakan sir, and all entire youth team for their valuable supports, visions, and commitment for this RYLA. I once again thanks to our guest speaker, Ms. Joyce, who has guided us and speak the meditations and drawing using the piece of paper, putting the 5 verticals and 5 horizontal points and draw a pictures and encouragement in all our efforts. Ms. Manju via using question answers on meditation and brief us the meditations is important. I thank you to Manju also. Today, there is the 5th September. We all are celebrating the 5th September as a Teacher's Day. Our guest speakers today teach us the meditations and the drawing. From the last 1 hour, 1.5 hours, we are concentrated on drawing and meditations and forgot all our tension. Such a great speech and valuable speech given by our guest speakers, Ms. Joyce. Hence, today day is a very special day for us, those attending this virtual RYLA. I thanks again to Joyce her accepting our invitations and thanks the all the Rotarian, Rotaractors, participant and all technical team for investing the RYLA and all good heart who work behind the screen. I personally thanks to Anuruddham who has resolved my technical problem and make me audible. Last but not least, I thank you for friends for your cooperations in making this RYLA and resounding success. Once again, I thank you all for attending the RYLA. Thank you. Over to MOC, please.
Thank you, Hiraman Botre. Now, I would actually like to make a special welcome for Rotarian Dolly, who has been attending our seminar since yesterday. Rotarian Dolly is actually the upcoming district governor-elect for the Rotary District 3310 of Singapore and Malaysia. I would also like to welcome Rotarian Pedro Carrasco of District RYLA team chair from Rotary District 4370 Venezuela. Now we would head ahead and take a 5 minutes break till our next speaker is coming on live. We have the next session with Dr. Raghunath A. Mashelkar on the topic of problem solving, which I think is like the much needed remedy for today's and the world we are living in now. So let's get back. Let's get back in the next 5 minutes, please.
वीडियो हुआ ये हाथ दिखा दे पूरा क्लियर तो हैं व्हाट्सएप में गाय का नहीं करने का बस 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 राइट राइट हाँ लो थम से लो ಅದು ನೀವು ಯಾರೋ ಮಾಡಿಸೋದು ತಪ್ಪಿದಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಒಂದು 5 ನಿಮಿಷ ರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಇಬ್ರು ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಮುಖ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡು ತಿನ್ಬೋದಲ್ಲ हार्न जोड़ो हार्न होने के लिए
कहीं देखना मुझे टांग के
don't care. We're gonna keep it on going till we can't go no more. We're gonna rise till we fall. Yeah. When we hit the bottom, nothing gon' stop. Climb to the top, you know. We could be the greatest ones who never made it. Yeah, I could be talking to you. They tryna hate, but we won't change.
Arjun is a very active road tractor. They will bring a lot of fresh ideas, youthfulness. We also want them to, Srijita and Arjun, we want you to also participate in these programs. Maybe do 1 or 2 global grants with Rotary clubs. Soon, over a period of time, you will be allowed your own global grants also. In the meanwhile, do projects on your own as far as sanitation is concerned.
They say we're too savage, no, we don't give up anymore.
Yeah. I hope we all are still there. And now let's head to the third session of our day and the last session for the day. I would like to call upon Ravi Ulangwar, who will be welcoming our third speaker for the day, Dr. Raghunath A. Mashelkar, on the topic of problem solving. I'll give a tiny intro about Mr. Rotarian Ravi Ulangwar, as he has been working as the Interact Zonal Chair for the Zone 1 of Rotary District 3131 Youth Team. So I welcome Ravi Ulangwar to come on direct.
Hello friends, good afternoon. Welcome to third session of day 2 of International RYLA Anvik Shiki, organized by Rotary District 3131 Pune, India. Today I have a great pleasure and privilege to introduce one of the eminent speaker and world-renowned scientist, Dr. Raghunath A. Mashelkar. Dr. Raghunath A. Mashelkar, a national research professor, has been the Director General of Council of Scientific and Industrial Research of India, Chairman of National Innovation Foundation, as also the President of Indian National Science Academy, Global Research Alliance and Institute of Chemical Engineers, UK. In recognition of his pioneering research contribution in the areas of polymer science and engineering, he has been honored as a Fellow of Royal Society, Foreign Fellow of US National Academy of Science and also Engineering, Foreign Associates of American Academy of Arts and Science, and Fellow of US National Academy of Inventors. 42 universities all across the globe have honored him with honorary doctorates. The 60 plus awards won by him includes the prestigious TWS Lenovo Science Prize, Business Week USA Award, of Star of Asia and JRD Tata Corporate Leadership Award. Dr. Mashelkar, who was a member of Scientific Advisory Council of Prime Minister of India over 30 years, has been honored with prestigious Padma Shri, Padma Bhushan and Padma Vibhushan, three of the highest civilian honors of India. So I have pleasure in inviting Dr. Raghunath A. Mashelkar. Sir, please enlighten us with your vast knowledge and experience. Over to Mashelkar, sir. Thank you so much.
Yes, Dr. Raghunath Mashelkar ji, you are online now, so you may just begin. Yes, thank you. Wait, you're not audible, sir.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, completely. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So thank you very much for having me here today, and that too on a important topic on problem solving, innovation, creativity, leadership, a subject that is very, very close to my heart indeed. I always said that I in India must stand for innovation and not inhibition or not imitation, because innovation gives you competitive advantage. Innovation-led growth can be absolutely exponential, and that is why you will find that the whole world, there is a competition in terms of raising our bar and going higher up on the innovation curve. Well, innovation, to my mind, is very simply defined. It is about doing things differently to make a big difference. And innovation is successful exploitation of a new idea in actual practice in the field. All right, it cannot be just an idea on the shelf. It cannot be an invention. It has to move to the field. And when I say successful exploitation, you have to have success in terms of speed, in terms of scale, in terms of sustainability. because if you're not fast enough, your competitors will take you over. If you don't achieve scale, you can't make a big impact. And if you're not sustainable, you can't just stay in a competition. And therefore, it is extremely important that we developed innovative India as new India, as India of the future. Now, I'm very happy that just day before yesterday, the global ranking on innovation was announced. It is called Global Innovation Index. And there are close to 200 nations which are ranked in terms of their innovation capacity. And I'm very happy to say that last year we were 52, we have moved to 48. That means there is a jump of 4, and we are now in the top 50. In fact, that news is even better because in 2015 we were 81. So it's a matter of pride for India that we have moved from the 81st position to 48th position and being among the top 50. But I always have this divine discontent. We have to be better and better, and we have to aspire very high because our aspirations are your possibilities. And China, who was at a level that was similar to us about 10 years ago, has moved to 14, and we have moved to 48. And that's what should worry us. For example, if you look at patents, I remember 2003 when I was heading the CSIR, in terms of patents cooperation treaty, PCT patent filing, we were number one, CSIR was number one. Then came Samsung, LG, and the fourth was Huawei. Now, if you see today, Huawei is number one in the world, in the corporate world, basically. If you look at supercomputers, I was talking to Dr. Vijay Kelkar on the other day, and he told me that in 1998, when he did Param 10,000, which was a 100 gigaflops machine, we were ahead of China. But today, if you look at the 500 top supercomputers in the world, China has 222 last year, and we have 2. 222 versus 2. So in a sense, they have galloped way, way, way ahead. And therefore, although we have moved from 81 to 48, we must develop this aspiration of going higher. Innovation is in Indian genes. And what happens is that having been a poor nation, there is a scarcity, but we have a very high aspiration. And scarcity and aspiration is I would say, great driver. And therefore, we have found a way of doing things. And that is why our nation, at a point in time, became famous for Jugaad. Now, frankly, I don't like Jugaad because Jugaad is somehow or the other fixing it, all right, making things work. We have to move on systematic innovation. Now, that Jugaad was important at a point in time when we had to find solutions. Somehow or the other, problem solving was the key, and get a solution. I'll sort of narrate to you an interesting story because I have been talking to industry and saying that the I in industry must stand for innovation and so on and so forth. So I was in Baroda, if I remember, several years ago, and I told industry, the leaders who were there, I said, what are we doing? We are not innovating, and innovation is the key to competition and success and so on. So in the evening, we had a dinner, and somebody said, what do you mean by we are not innovating? We are innovating. I'll give you an example. Can you imagine a toothbrush for 1 rupee? I said, impossible. How can that be? I said, I'm a polymer guy, and I know that if you have a polypropylene or high density polyethylene handle, you can't make the brush for 1 rupee. So he said, why do you require that handle? My finger is good enough. I said, no, that way, that finger is not a toothbrush. He said, no. What I've done is that he had the brush which he wrapped up around a Velcro. Okay. And then you go inside and exactly the same feeling you will get as a toothbrush. But the beauty about this toothbrush is that it's a flexible toothbrush. And therefore it can go in those regions of the mouth where the hard toothbrush cannot go. So in the evening when I went home, I tried to put the word flexible toothbrush and how much it would, what patterns have been taken. And I found that of course there was a flexible toothbrush with all automation and electronics and so on and so forth. But the cost was horrendous. You know, it cost so many dollars. And here we had done it for ₹1. So I think the point I'm trying to make is that the Indian genius is finding out somehow the solutions which suit our conditions and which suit our pockets. I had another example. You know, this is a technological innovation of a different kind. For example, you remember Nirma, you know, which gave challenge to even Unilever. So there was this issue that when you wrap up a soap and it is moving on an assembly line, you have to make sure that each soap is sort of bundled properly and wrapped up properly before it moves. Okay. And the Japanese, of course, would do that with a very sophisticated X-ray machine, which will cost maybe some $1,000. You know what Nirma did? As the assembly was moving, they just put a big fan so that if the soap is not wrapped and the wrapper is free, it will just blow away. Now, this is again problem solving at a very, very low cost. And it is not just this. It was also, you know, in innovation, you have to remember that it is not just technological innovation, but there is non-technological innovation. For example, business model innovation, workflow innovation, system delivery innovation, organizational innovation, policy innovation. And India has been quite good at doing some of these innovations. The same Nirma, for example, you know, marketing, since we are on soap, let us remain on soap. Marketing, of course, you will get a famous actress, you know, and then an advertisement, and she will charge you lakhs of rupees for 10 seconds and so on and so forth, etc. Nirma could not do that. So, you know how they created demand? How did they market? They hired young people, school-going kids, in their holidays. What they will do is that they will be given some pocket money and they will go to a shopkeeper and ask him, "Aapke paas Nirma hai?" The fellow will say no. After 30-40 minutes, another fellow will come and say, "Aapke paas Nirma hai?" The fellow will say no. And then after 2-3 such people came again, he would say, "My God, I must stock Nirma." Now, can you just imagine? This was a way of sort of advertisement and sale, which is incredible. So there is what is called as Indian innovation, innovation. But India can't continue like this. India cannot just be a Jugadu nation. It has to become a systematic innovation nation. And when I talk about systematic innovation, yes, we have to make goods that are affordable for our people. But I would like to put in, along with affordable, a term called excellence. Affordable excellence. Now you will say, come on, you are joking. What is affordable is not excellent. What is excellent is not affordable. But India has proved the world wrong. And if you see what we have been able to do, it is absolutely incredible. So idea is making high technology work for the rich, very easy. Making low technology work for the poor is very easy. But making high technology work for the poor is very, very difficult. And India manages to do that. Now you would say, come on, give us some examples on how that can be basically done. So I'll give you some examples. For example, in my mother's name, I have created what is called as Anjani Mashelkar Inclusive Innovation Award, where again the issue is that of problem solving. Whatever problems we have, how do you create solutions? And those solutions have to be affordable excellence. And if it is affordable, then it is inclusive. If it is very expensive, then it becomes exclusive. Okay, only rich can afford it. And then I'm not just a sort of a big fan of best practice. I'm a fan of next practice, because best practice is somebody else's best practice which you are following. In this particular case, next practice is what you want others to follow. Okay. Now, in that sort of particular case, this is the 10th year of the award, and I'll give some examples on inclusive innovation. So you see a problem and how you solve it by creating a solution. Now, one of our award winners, Rahul Rastogi, had a problem. And how did he solve it? What was the problem? His father had a challenge with the heart, and he had to take him for taking ECG to a hospital, and that hospital would be about a couple of kilometers away. And then, you know, when you take ECG, you lie down, and then the nurse puts the leads, and then you know, you get a paper readout, etc. It takes half an hour and so on and so forth. He said, why should I do that? He is an electronics wizard. So what he did was that he took something like this, half of this size, okay, and he created a portable ECG. How does it work? You put your two thumbs on it for 15 seconds. Then there is a sensor here. This is your heart. You put it here 15 seconds, and then 15 seconds below the heart. Okay. And within 3 minutes, if you have downloaded an app called Sanket, you know, this ECG can go to a smartphone by email, by WhatsApp or whatever. Okay. And you will say, but if it is sort of this way, it may not be accurate. No, very accurate. It was a 12 lead basically. And the advantage of that, and you can buy it, by the way, you can just put the word Sanket, it is called Sanket, and go to Amazon, and you can buy it for around 2,500 rupees. And actually, it is so good that it is picked up now widely across the country. Hospitals are using it for monitoring the patients after their heart surgeries, this, that, and the other. So many, you know, it has gone repeatedly. Now you can see here is problem solving for India. What is the problem? In a village, there is an old woman, and she has a pain in the heart, and she has to be, you know, taken to hospital for ECG. Then you will put her on the scooter, you will put her in a bullock cart and drive her. You don't have to do that. If you have connectivity, you sit there basically and do this process, which is as simple as using a thermometer. And the best expert in Pune or Mumbai, it will reach there and you will get the ECG. This is problem solving for Indian conditions by creating something which is not only affordable but excellent. Now here I must say though that when he came and we gave the award, it was 6 lead. I said no, it has to be perfect. It has to be 12 lead. You know, excellence means excellence, by the way. It is not half excellence. All right. And then he said, I put money from my own pocket, but you know, I don't have money. As I said, how much will it cost to make the next version 2? And he said 46 lakh. And I remember going to Tata Trust, showing them that, demonstrating that, and said, if you give 46 lakh, this ECG will be available. And it is just, by the way, in India, if you go to a hospital, it will cost you 150, 200, 500 rupees, depending upon the type of hospital. This costs 5 rupees. Now, here is a problem solution which is typically Indian. The second example I will give you, breast cancer. Now, breast cancer, you have to do what is called as mammography, okay, which is very painful for women and also expensive. Okay, poor women cannot afford it. Mir Shah, a young man, created what is called as eye breast. Okay, now that eye breast is one where on the breast you have to just move it for 3 or 4 minutes. It takes a scan, and you get to know whether you have breast cancer or not. And can you imagine? This has got a US FDA certificate, C certificate. He's going now to 25 countries. It's incredible. I remember making a presentation on this in Colombia. And my friend was a director of Danish Technical Institute, David Pitt, came to me and he said, we have a lot of old women and many of them have breast cancer. They have to go through the process. Can you give us the contact so that, can you imagine something that has been done in India, getting in demand elsewhere in the world? That is because it is excellence. And I'm going to come to that a little later when our Prime Minister says, Atmanirbhar Bharat, made in India, but made for the world. World will not take it if it is not excellent. So the design has to be, while you are solving Indian problem, you have to create a solution for the whole world. And you might say, how much does it cost? Per scan, it just costs $1. Okay. Third problem solving, I will tell you, because these are typical, again, Indian circumstances. My award, the Anjali Mashelkar Inclusive Innovation Award, 1 year, went to a young man, Mishkin Ingawale. What did he find? He went to villages and found, for example, that women were dying, because their hemoglobin levels were low and they were not detected, so they were dying of anemia. Why were they dying? Because there was a problem. The problem was that they would not give their blood. Now, if you don't give your blood, how will you test it? Right? Now, what he did was that he said, I don't have to take a blood. And he created something which can be just wrapped around a finger and you know what your hemoglobin is. Okay? And I remember when we gave him the award, Mrs. Anuaga was the chief guest. And I remember while receiving the award, he came, wrapped it around her finger and just read it out. And he said 11.3, take care. Cost per hemoglobin test, just 10 rupees per test. Now you can just imagine, no woman in the world, in India has to die of anemia if this is used all over. No woman in villages or in cities have to die of breast cancer because you have that $1 test available. And same thing about the ECG. Now, the most important point I want to make is that making high technology work for the poor. In order to do that, for that hemoglobin test, what did he do? He used photoplethysmography, spectrophotometry, photon scattering, advanced photon scattering. So he was using high technology to make it work for the poor, not low technology. So when I talk about affordable excellence, inclusive innovation, this is India's specialty. That's why you will find that works like frugal innovation, all right, getting more from less for more, Gandhian engineering, and I had coined that word Gandhian engineering, they have become very, very popular because of this. Now you would say, how do we create innovative India? All right. How do we, where do we begin? So the first thing I want to say is that you can't just pick up a person in the mid-20s and tell him, hey, from tomorrow you will be innovative. It has to start from schools. Okay. And therefore you will find that for building that base, you have to develop that ability in children to be able to question, to solve problems, not only solve problems, but create solutions. All right. Now, let me just tell you what is our problem today. Learning by rote. We memorize everything. That has to move forward, learning by doing, actually. Okay. That doing would not be what teacher has told you. You have to do it yourself by learning by creating. And then learning by co-creating. You have to learn to co-create along with in a team, because that's what you have to move. So that is one issue. The secondly, ability to make mistakes. That's very important. I remember when I was a member of Prime Minister's National Innovation Council, we had thought of a program called Tod Fod Jod, because we don't allow children to break anything, by the way, but you must allow them to make mistakes. You must allow them to break and create. And of course, the new government, when it came, they call it now Atal Innovation Incubators, laboratories, etc. And that is being widely used. And I'm very proud to see they have moved it to 5,000 schools, each one getting 20 lakh, getting 3D printers and so on and so forth. That's very, very good. But that is where you have to actually start. Also, our system, because in problem solving, when there is one problem, there are several solutions. You can't just have one solution and give marks only if that answer is given. I'll give an example. I'm Sir Louis Matheson Distinguished Professor at Monash University, and I give lectures on innovation, and there are some for undergraduates. So when I give lectures for undergraduate, I start in a very simple way. I take a glass of water, which is half full, and I make a problem statement. The problem is you have to take water out of the glass. How would you do that? So I go around. The first fellow says, just pour the water. Second fellow says, break the glass. Third fellow says, boil the water, put it on a burner. Third fellow says, take tissue paper, put it in. Fourth fellow says, he remembered that cow story, like a crow story, the crow where those stones and that were put in. And after 7, 8, 9, it slows down. And I show them 46 ways of actually doing it. All right. Now, this is the most important part, that for any given problem, there will be multiple solutions. And our educational systems will be such that they should be testing that out, not single correct answer for a given question. Because among them solutions, some will be viable, some will be not viable. So in innovation, therefore, what is very important is to create a matrix, so that any innovation that you do will survive in the marketplace. Now, I have actually authored a book, which I'll show you. This book is called Leapfrogging to Pole Vaulting. Okay, and I'll explain the meaning of this little later. But in this book, if you see chapter 3, I given the framework, because it's not just innovation, because you have to stay in the marketplace, not now, 5 years, 10 years, 15 years down the line. So how do you create problem solutions which will survive for a long period of time? And this is called the assured framework, assured innovation framework. What is A? Affordable. And I explain to you what is affordable very simply by giving those examples: $1, 5 rupees test, 10 rupees test, etc. The second is assured. The second is S, scalable. Because you can't take it to just 100 people, 1,000 people, 10,000 people. You have to take it to hundreds of thousands of people, millions of people. Okay. The third is sustainable. And sustainable has 3 components. The first is economic. You cannot create a solution to a problem which is such that it depends on government subsidies. Governments change, subsidies go. So it has to be standalone. Second is environmental. Because anything that is not green, the people will not basically accept it. Okay. The third was society. Society must like it. Like, for example, GM foods. Society has reservations on that. nuclear energy, they have reservations on that. Or windmills, which are eyesore, which are on shore. So you have to look at that part. So ASS, affordability, scalability, sustainability. The next is user friendliness. All right. Because for you, it has to be easy. Like I got on to to talk to you by getting the link that my friend Ravi had sent. Now it has to happen in 2 clicks. If I have to fill up some form before I get in, it doesn't work. And therefore, you will find that some links are more popular than others, like Zoom is popular and so on and so forth. So, user friendliness. So, ASSU. The next one is R, rapid. You have to be fast. Why? Because what happens is if you're not fast for moving from mine to marketplace, your competitors will go ahead. Also, the products have to be such, that they have that feature. I'll just give you an example. One of the award winners for Anjali Mashilkar was Dr. Naveen Khanna from ICGB. What did he do? Dengue test. I hope none of you had dengue, but if you had, you know that it takes 1 or 2 days before you come to know whether you are dengue. What he did was that he created a product where in 15 minutes you know whether you have dengue or not. Okay? And also at what stage it is. He had 2 remarkable markers. So what happened? His share, which was 0%, when he started, became 78% within no time. So in the assured framework, that R, rapid, is very important. And in the modern context of COVID, resilience is getting important, and I'll come to that a little later. The next is E, excellence. Excellence in terms of technology, basically. And finally, D is distinctive. Distinctive means it is not me too. Indians are very famous for copying. Anything happens, we immediately copy. Chinese grew up by first copying, and now they are doing their own, etc. But we have to strong sort of on that. And that is where patenting comes up. And I will come to that a little later in terms of building ecosystem where we are strong in patents. So if you look at this framework, assured, so any problem solution that you solve, if it doesn't meet the assured framework, then you will fail. I'll give examples. I mean, take example of BlackBerry. Many of young people may not know it, but the senior people who are here, they will know. Where is BlackBerry today? It got vanished. Why? Because with changing times, they cannot create distinctive solutions. As Sony chairman says, you must displace your own product yourself, other your competitors will do it for you. So they were doing so well, they got complacent and they stuck to their keyboard, by the way. And by that time, what had happened? We are these smartphones, we're touch and just, so there was a new technology, and BlackBerry has just sort of vanished. So the assured framework is very dynamic. The fact that you are sustainable today does not mean that you will be sustainable tomorrow. For example, governments will ban diesel. Okay, so today you are making a lot of money on diesel cars. But if government bans diesel and you don't change your technology, you will be out, so as to say. So when you have problem solution, this has to be basically remembered. BlackBerry is a very good example of that. So in this book, Leapfrogging to Pole Vaulting, you will find that we have analyzed a lot of companies that were successful. And by the way, this assured framework for innovation is being now used nationally. I started using it when Prime Minister created the Swachh Bharat mission, and the task of chairing the committee to select best technologies for drinking water and sanitation was given to me. I was the chairman of the standing committee for 5 years. And any technology will come, and we wanted to get the best for India. We will use the assured framework to select it. Then it went to other ministries. Then corporates started making use of it. And this year, I'm very proud to say that Bombay Management Association have created an assured innovation, again, they have integrated and created an Assured Enterprise Award, special award. And by the way, in January, it went to Byju's. Okay, unfortunately, we could not hold the ceremony simply because of COVID. But this innovation, as you can see, and how right we were, because Byju's market cap in January was $8 billion, and in July it became $10.5 billion. So we are proved right. I'm not saying that because we gave him the award, sort of they won, but he was solving the problems at the right time, basically ahead of time. So it's not the question of being on time; it's the question of being ahead of time. So that is one part I want to emphasize. The other part that I want to emphasize is promoting children to start developing that innovation mindset right from the beginning. And in terms of problem solving, trying to create solutions. And for that, you don't have to be, extraordinarily rich. You have to be rich in terms of your ideas. There is what is called as a National Innovation Foundation. I've been its chairman for 18 years. Professor Anil Gupta is the driving force. We call it grassroots innovation. What is grassroots innovation? The basic theme is everyone is someone. That means everybody can think of an idea and basically solve it. Okay? And we give national awards which are given by the presidents of the country. And it is incredible. One of the award went to one Remya. What is the problem she had and how did she solve it? She was in a poor family in Kerala. Her mother was down with some illness or the other all the time. And her father was down with cancer. And she had to change 3 buses to go to school. Okay? And then come home and wash her clothes as well as study. Now, either you can wash your clothes or you can study. What is the solution she had? She would wash her clothes and while washing, she would study. You would say, oh, impossible. After all, there's a wet cloth, you have to, your hands will be busy with that. How can you hold the book in hand? No. She created a washing machine, with a rotating drum and a pedal where she would be pedaling. And while that is happening, the washing will take place and she will be reading. And we gave her a national award. Okay? So the basic issue is that you don't become a part of a problem, you become a part of a solution. There was this young girl, 13-year-old from Bihar. We gave her an award and president gave her the award. What happened? She found there was a problem that her grandfather, had difficulty in climbing up the steps with the walker that he had. So she created a problem solution by taking the 2 front legs and spring loading them. So that each time you put it on a step, they will go down and up and up and up. And can you imagine that is being manufactured today? Somebody picked that up. 10,000 such walkers are getting manufactured. She gets, for each this thing that is sold, she gets 100 rupees, basically. And her income today is more than her father's, by the way, because they come from a rather poor family. Why I'm giving you these examples? When we talk about problem solving as a theme and innovation and creativity, this is the way you actually have to think. Now I come to a very important part of my talk, because we have to see at a national level what are we able to do. And as you know, our Honorable Prime Minister has given us this challenge of creating Atmanirbhar Bharat. I think that's a grand goal. We don't have to depend upon China's of this world. But for that Atmanirbhar Bharat, we have to have Atmavishwas. And that Atmavishwas has to be in terms of our technology, in terms of our innovations, and so on and so forth. And also Atmanirbhar does not mean that we get isolated from others, but we have to make in India. Okay, and we have to have the capacity to make in India. Now here is the challenge. And when people say make in India, I always add something to it. That is make in India, but invent in India. Why do I say that? let us see this iPhone, for example. Okay, it is made in China. Foxconn makes it, and for each iPhone, China gets $10 that is sold. Okay, and they create 4.5 million jobs. But Apple actually, who has conceptualized, designed, and developed this, gets $300. So those who make it get $10, but those who invented it get $300. So what are the options India has? Number one, make in India. That means assembled in India. And if you do assembled in India, you will get $10, but you will get 4.5 million jobs. The second is invent. If you invent like Apple, you will get $300, but the number of jobs will not be a few million because high tech, you will have a smaller number of jobs. So for India, the option is one, sweat it out, get $10, think and get $300. But best idea is to make as well as invent. So you get not only $10, get 4.5 million jobs, but also get that $300. You get my point. So that's why I say make in India and invent in India. And if you don't do that, you have penalty. For example, take the mobiles. Okay. Now we had our Indian companies making in India like Micromax or Carbon and so on. 2015 and 2019. 2015, we had 45% share, almost half of the Indian market. Okay. In 2019, in 4 years, it has come down from 45 to 7%. So who ate our lunch? Chinese ate our lunch. Chinese in 2015 were 9%, and from there they kept on going up, and they're 68%. We came from 45 to 7, and they came from 9 to 68. Why? Because we were just making India means assembled in India, So we did not invent. We did not create any. But China, they all went not as a trading business or just assembling business, but thinking, creating, looking at the Indian needs, specific needs, whether it is selfies, this, that, and the other, etc., and designing new products. So the point is, if you don't want to vanish like 45% to 7%, you have to use that assured metric. That is one, but also at the same time, making India. I think that is extremely important. And the other point is what I always like to call as talent, technology, and trust. That is extremely important. And my hope is the young generation, people call me dangerous optimist because I'm very dangerously optimistic about our young people. Their ability to do things is absolutely incredible. And we are the now third fastest growing startups in the world, by the way. Now, why do I say talent, technology, and trust? You will have talent, you will have technology, but you must have trust in these young people. So I remember a story. Bill Gates had come to India, and some of us, that is Nandan Nilekani, Anand Mahindra, myself, etc., we were invited for dinner with him. There was a dinner come discussion, and he told us an interesting story. And the story was that he gave in Harvard University, he gave the commencement address, basically. And in his speech, he declared himself to be what shall I say, the most successful entrepreneur in the world who had failed, basically, And then he told us a story. Who had failed this, he did not become a graduate, as you know. Okay. So he told us a story that those were the years when computers were being built, hardware. There was a company in Albuquerque, they were building hardware. And he said if they are doing hardware, they will require software. So he phoned them up, and he was just 18, 19-year-old kid. And he told us that I thought they will keep the phone down, 18, 19-year-old in those early days wanting to develop software. The company did not keep the phone down. They said to him, we are not ready, come after a month. And you know what Bill Gates told us? He said, thank God they said come after a month, because I did not have the software that I was promising them. But he had a trust in him. He had trust and confidence in himself. And that company had a trust in him. So the main point is that when you develop something new, basically, the country must have a trust in you. All right. If a young man wants to do a startup rather than taking a job, all right, then the parents must say, yes, we are giving you a shot and just move. Is it happening in India? It is happening. For example, one of the awards I chair, among other things, Marico Innovation Foundation, and one award we gave to a young fellow, who had created drones which could actually detect landmines and defuse them, basically. He had a US patent, basically, And the incredible thing about him is that he was just 14-year-old. And he created a startup. In fact, when we interviewed him, he said, we asked him, who is your board? Who is CEO? So he said, I'm the CEO. And who are the members of the board? He said, my father and mother, and so on and so forth. But the important part was that talent, technology, and trust. Although his parents were poor, they raised loan and giving that 4-5 lakhs where he could do the prototype. And of course, then the Gujarat government came, and then the army got in touch with him, etc. That's a different matter. So in a young kid of 14, to say that I'm going to invest in you and trust you is very, very important. Unfortunately, that is missing in India. I just now told you about Naveen Khanna doing this thing in 15 minutes, right? The dengue test. But you know the hardship that he had to go through? What happened? Actually, we were importing from US, from South Korea, from Africa, all the kits, diagnostic kits for, and then came epidemic, not pandemic, epidemic. And therefore all the kits were getting exhausted. India wanted more kits, but US said we'll take time, Australia said, South Korea said we'll supply. And they put it in a ship. And that ship did not come to India by mistake, it went to Africa. So we had no kit. And we had no option but to go for Naveen Khanna. And that is how he actually got it. At that time, it was market share was 0% 5 years ago. Today, it is 78%. Supposing that ship, rather than coming to India, had not gone to Africa and had come to India, he would be still sitting there. Talent, he had. Technology, he had. Trust, we must have. And therefore, I always say we don't require venture capital, we require adventure capital, where we take risk. Risk-taking ability is going to be very important. And we have suffered as a result of that. Okay? We solve problems in terms of problem solution. For example, I remember in year 2001, there was this simple computer. This was a low-cost alternative to PC, shared devices that permit truly simple and natural user interface, It could read and it could speak 7 Indian languages just for what India needed. That was the problem solving. And it was ahead of iPhone. It was ahead of Samsung Galaxy. In a sense, iPhone came with accelerometer later, but they had done it several years ago. Samsung Galaxy came on that bongle on mail, but they had done it earlier. And in fact, New York Times had said the most significant innovation in computer technology was not Apple's gleaming PowerBox 4G or not Microsoft Windows XP. It was Computer, a Netlink radically simple portable computer, intending to bring computer revolution in the third world. What happened? There was talent, no problem. Technology, ahead of the word, no problem. There was no trust. Because normally what happens in such cases is that Government comes in and gives a big public procurement order for him, maybe 10,000. And then he gets a market feedback and he improves the product and so on and so forth. So in terms of problem solution, he had solved the problem that we are facing today. Today, 1.6 billion kids are out of school and home has become school and online learning has become a must. But what about online learning when 40% of the kids don't have the access to devices, basically? On the other day, I read a pathetic story. Like, for example, there is this Kudip Kumar in Himachal Pradesh, a poor man. Yes, children, second and fourth standard, and they require sort of a device, a smartphone, etc. And he sold his only cow that he had for 6,000 rupees. Can you just imagine his livelihood is sold so that his children could have that access? How pathetic. Now imagine that computer at that time was produced in lakhs and millions and so on and so forth. Its cost would have been such that it would be available to you for $10 today. All right. So I think this talent, technology, and trust is the most sort of, I would say, critical part as far as we are concerned. So I have made bulk of the points that I wanted to make. The last point I would make is about this book and the meaning of this book and what India needs to do. This is called leapfrogging to pole vaulting. This is, by the way, declared as the best business book of the year in 2019 by Tata Literary Festival. Now, what is this concept? And that is what my dream for India is. So as you know, Reliance is known for this pole vaulting. You know where they were and where they are basically today. It is incredible. Jio, for example, has sort of moved miles and has brought revolution. You can see, revolution to a fantastic extent where you remember we used to give a missed call, which was a jugaad. That means you did not pay, but the telecom company paid for it. You don't have to because Reliance said phone call for free phone call, so as to say, voice call. Okay. And Mukesh's father, Dhirbhai, of course, had said at that time, phone call at the cost of a postcard. And Mukesh did even better. He said, forget about postcard, it will be zero. Because that is the need. That's the problem that we have. That was the solution that was provided. So I'm chairman of their Reliance Innovation Council. We have Nobel laureates and others there, etc. And Mukesh and I was having a discussion one day. And Mukesh said, in some years, we must leapfrog too. So I said, let us rethink. Why should we be leapfrogging? Why does the frog leap? The frog leaps because he's afraid of his predators. Okay? And jumps a few feet. We should be pole vaulting. The size of the pole determines the size of your aspiration. Okay? And you can go miles, so as to say, depending upon the size of the pole and your aspiration. So he loved it, and we created a program called Beyonder, where from our 2.5 lakh employees, we select a few who are capable of thinking beyonders. All right, and you have seen how Jio has created a history, like onboarding of 50 million customers. If you look at the number of years it took, basically, the Facebooks of this world and WhatsApp of this world were holding the record with a couple of years. Now today, 83 days, 50 million customers, Jio created the kind of a record. So that's a real sort of pole vaulting. That is the aspirational India that I'm sort of basically talking about. I'd like to end my talk by just actually saying why people call me a Texas optimist, because I have faith in the Indian youth and their capability to sort of do great things. And what I'm finding is the aspirations. So I'll leave you with my 5 Mashelkar mantras, by the way. The first is, aspirations are your possibilities. If you aim at Everest, you will reach at least Kanchenjunga. But if you aim at Kanchenjunga, you cannot even go to Hanuman Tekri. And if you aim at Hanuman Tekri, you will be on the ground. So aspirations you must keep very high. That is number one. The second point is that young people today like instant coffee, they want instant success. There is nothing like that. You have to work hard. I'm 77, but I do 24/7. This is my third lecture of the day, by the way. And I have one more meeting coming up after this, basically. And I will do so till the last day of my life. My only suggestion is that work hard in silence. Let success make all the noise. That is the second. The third is opportunities. You keep on knocking on the doors of opportunities. If they don't open, you have to create your own doors. That is extremely important. Third is perseverance. Perseverance pays. It is always too early to give up. Okay? Quitters are never winners, and winners are never quitters. And the final point, 5 Mashelkar mantra, the fifth point is that there is no limit to human achievement, no limit to human excellence, excepting the human imagination, excepting the limit that you put on yourself. And I'll end up by a story. Professor Bharat Professor Siana Rao is my guru. And I remember when I became FRS, Fellowship of Royal Society, only 3 engineers in 360 years have become fellows. I was one of them. And you sign in the same book where Newton has signed, And I thought it's a great honor. I called him and I said, "Sir, I've become FRS." You know what he said? Not bad. So I was disappointed. Then I became American Academy of Arts and Science, After 1870, only 7. I was the 7th, And I phoned him up. He said, "Not bad." Then I became American Academy of National Academy of Inventors Fellow. And not 7th or 3rd, etc. I was only one to start with at that time. Again, he said, "Not bad." And then I got disappointed. I said, "Sir, what do I have to do to impress you?" And what he told me, I want to leave that as a sort of lesson for you. What he said is that, "Mashelkar, you are climbing a ladder of excellence, which is limitless. There's no limits to it, excepting the limits that you put on yourself." So my advice to my young people is that what it means is that each time you achieve something, you have to say, "My best is yet to come." So my suggestion will be, you'll be in your 20s today, all right? Every day morning, you get up and say, "My best is yet to come." And maybe today is the day. You become 30, say the same thing, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90. And if you do that, we'll create an India, which will be right up there in Committee of Nations. God bless you and thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for such insights and remedies which you gave us. I think in today's time, what we have learned is, as per my generation, at times we are literally, even though we have these ideas and insights to go forward, we are okay with settling for what we have right now and just being okay with it. So I think we'll try to achieve more. And with this, I'd like to call upon Manju Fatke for the question and answer session, please.
So good evening, sir. It's always a pleasure to listen to you, and this must be my 5th or 6th time, and you never stopped, impressing all of us so much. Turning to the points that you made, and I just loved all of them, and I've been writing, and I thought I'll be writing few points, but I ended up writing the whole page, and because there were so many of them, and I loved all of them. So let me just go to a few questions here. We said that we have to use innovation for a solution to a problem. So if you really know the pain area of your customers, then you will be able to give them the solution. And we being in Rotary, we always keep looking at community around us. And today we are living in urban area, and I feel that a lot of urban there are a lot of urban living challenges. One of them is waste management. What can be done to take care of this waste management? Because in Pune, it's something like 400-500 tons of waste gets generated. So what is that one thing that can be done to ensure that it is managed well?
Well, I would simply say that all that you need for this is social behavior. That's it. Somebody was telling me on the other day about, the plastic, a lot of noise is being made. And he said, so much plastic in the ocean. I said, to my knowledge, plastic does not have legs. It did not walk to the ocean. To the ocean. Somebody must have taken it there. Who took it there? We took it there, right? So therefore, the social behavior, segregation, for example, wet waste, dry waste, all right? And there are technologies that are available. For example, you look at waste plastic, there are technologies where you can create fuel out of plastics. If you organize it properly on a particular scale, etc., don't contaminate it with wrong things. But contamination is done by whom? By us. Don't do that. Self-discipline matters. Even in COVID, for example, I always say that India's great advantage, I'm selling India all over the world. So I say India's advantage is democracy, diversity, demography, young nation and so on and so forth. But then I also admit that the fourth D we are missing, discipline. Look at Japan when COVID hit it. What did they do? Not only each one of them was wearing masks, they isolated themselves and so on and so forth, etc. That's why. And here, what we have seen, I've seen within 100 days, we have moved from 400 days ago to 80,000 in a day. That exponential growth, how does it happen? That basic discipline of keeping social distancing, wearing masks, for example. So I'm very glad that the government is saying that if you are on the road without mask, you will be fined and so on and so forth. So simple answer to your question is that the solution lies in our hands, so as to say. Social behavior and discipline.
As you said, sir, there are these Atal Innovation Labs in most of the schools now. Will we be seeing more of Nobel laureates? Because in spite of so many ideas, so many creativity that exists in the minds of Indians, we still have very less Nobel laureates. So, what is your take on this?
Oh, there are two separate things altogether. Nobel Prize is given for science. It is not given for innovation. It's a scientific breakthrough in physics, in chemistry, in biology, medicine, etc., etc. So I think we have to take that out separately. But we have to talk about innovations and the highest awards in innovations. What is the highest award in innovation? It is Queen Elizabeth Prize of Engineering. Okay? Yeah. And for example, 5 years ago, it started 6 years ago. And the first one went to internet. We are together today because of internet, right? And last year it went to GPS. Without GPS, we'll not be able to do anything. So these are the kinds of innovation that we are basically talking about. And I'm very proud to say it's a 10 million pound prize, by the way. And 1 million pound, sorry, prize. And I've been on its jury for the last 2 years. And we have seen the way the selection is done. So there have to be game-changing technologies, so as to say. So I think your question should be rephrased into when will we get the highest awards, not Nobel Prize, but highest awards for innovation.
Innovation.
Yeah. So for that, what I would say is that it's the issue of mind to marketplace. Finally, the total journey, like I give you the example of Simputer. Today, why that Kuldeep Kumar is selling his cow? Because he doesn't have an affordable device in his hand. But the Simputer which came in 2001, and the New York Times fellows say that that was the best ahead of Apple and everybody. Had we supported it today, it might have won the Queen Elizabeth Prize of Engineering, because it is not just us who need it. 1.6 billion children are out of school, 40% of them need it. That's why from 40% of them need it. It is amazing. Even in US, by the way, the black community, they are so poor, they don't have smartphones. Basically, this is the fact of the matter. Inequalities are not just in India, it is around the world. And therefore, Nigrupante from MIT had this project of $100 laptop, which never succeeded, by the way. But we had all the elements of succeeding there, basically. You get it now? So I think that's why I say talent, technology, and trust. Trust and then invest. Basically, like I said, not venture capital, adventure capital. Taking risk. We don't do risk. We want to play safe. As a matter of fact, venture capital companies tend to be vulture capital companies. Basically, we move to private equity, playing safe all the time. When are we going to bet? Because great things have happened in Silicon Valley because they have taken risks. Basically, all right. That is one, and also the teamwork. Basically, India is great in solo players, China. But if you ask us to play an orchestra, somehow or the other, as a team India, you have seen that once again, I think that patriotic spirit just comes up only when we are playing against Pakistan, somehow or the other, in cricket. That has to be there every day. Today I was addressing the Teachers' Day. I said every day has to be Teachers' Day. So it is like that. So that team spirit, for big innovations, you require that team spirit, teams coming from sort of different streams. I think if these two things are done, we are completely capable. After all, it is the same Indians who go there in Silicon Valleys, and create big businesses. Why not here?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
A question from a very young participant here. How can we get ideas for innovation and making an innovative mindset, and how to know whether it will work and it will be successful?
Yeah. I've given the answer to your second question. As soon as you have an idea, you create something, use the assured framework. Is it affordable? कितना सस्ता है ना? नहीं तो लोगों तक नहीं जाएगा. वो स्केल हो सकता है क्या? वो सस्टेनेबल है क्या? यूजर फ्रेंडली है क्या? आई मीन इन सेंस मैंने कुछ किया है वो तो इतना कॉम्प्लिकेटेड है. Like dumb people like me, I have to get to you in 2 clicks. By the way, if you ask me to use 5 clicks, I'll be sort of lost. Okay, so user friendly. All right. So similarly, all these other things that I talked about, start using the assured matrix. Read by chapter 3 of my book, basically, and that is a sure success.
Okay. Okay. Next question is creativity in children is getting killed because of gadgets. How to inspire them to become good leaders in this situation?
Well, I wouldn't say it is getting killed because of gadgets. I don't agree. Because the way they play around with gadgets, you should see. My grandchildren are even smarter with this gadget than I am, by the way. They are very fast. They beat me in all games. So I wouldn't say it gets killed, as a matter of fact. It is the question of giving them freedom to experiment, freedom to try, freedom to fail. Which child has learned to walk without falling?
Absolutely.
But we don't allow failure. But somehow or the other, our society is such that we don't allow failure. The same Tendulkar, he scored 3 consecutive centuries, but in the 4th, if he scores a 0, that's what they remember. So we have to change sort of our attitude and give them a chance. Like the Harshvardhan Zala, I said 14-year-old, their poor parents actually sort of got, gave him a chance to create those prototypes. So that trust is very, very important. Because before becoming a leader, you must become a good innovator, and then you will become a leader. You get the point. So let us start from there.
So, do you think that new education policy is bringing in some changes to encourage this creativity and innovation in the children?
Oh yes, I think it comes as a breath of fresh air. To be honest, if you just see structure, and I have not only read it, thought about it, talked about it, etc. I'm very pleased with it. I'll be very honest with you, because see, what is happening is that I think the world is changing to an extent which you can't just believe. I was there in US year before last, and I remember the Secretary Labor said there that 2/3 of the children who are in school today will end up in jobs which do not exist today. 2/3 will end up in jobs which do not exist today. What does that mean? Because our schools, our colleges, our institutions teach you about the job that exists today, right?
Correct.
Now, if you don't know what those jobs are going to be, how will you teach? So therefore, to me, it's not important whether you become a chemist or physicist or a medical doctor or an engineer or even within engineering, you become chemical engineer or electrical engineer, etc. You have to become a problem solver. In fact, this Queen Elizabeth engineering, when I was interviewed, when I got on the board, they asked me what's the future of engineering. I said there is only one engineering that is going to survive: solution engineering. Given a
Which
problem,
one?
solution engineering, solution.
Solution engineer. Yes.
You get the point, basically. So how do you find solutions is going to be critical. And also there are 5 attributes that are going to be very important, basically, no matter what discipline you take, whether you are in arts or science or commerce or law. What are they? The first is dealing with complexity, because this is a VUCA word: volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous.
Absolutely.
Right? And you have seen the pandemic, what complexity it has caused, as a matter of fact. The second is creativity, which is the subject that we are talking about. Innovation and creativity has to be part of it. The third one has to be emotional intelligence, because you must have empathy. Like I said, engineer without empathy is no engineer. We have to be worried about the societal problems, like the Anjani Mashilkar Awards, for example. You know, all these people have empathy. That's why they created solutions. Otherwise, they could have just minted money, but they wanted to find solutions. Then the other quality you must have is ability to co-create. Because co-create. And that co-creation would be not only with men and men, or men and women, or women and women, but men and machine. Machine has to become our friends tomorrow. Man and machine, right? So we don't talk about robots anymore. We talk about cobots, cooperative robots. This of man versus machine is the wrong one, basically. You know. So what happens is that no matter what your educational system is, these are the fundamental qualities that you need to have in terms of dealing with complexity, creativity, emotional intelligence, critical thinking, and co-creation. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, those will have to be developed.
Sir, you will put all us youngsters at shame, and therefore we would like to know the secret of your youthfulness at this age.
Well, yeah. Well, I don't know. You know, this mantra that I gave just now, that my best is yet to come. You know, I practice it, by the way. I'm never satisfied with what I achieve. Okay, and I always set very high demands on myself. Basically, whether I'm writing, when I'm speaking, or whatever I do. So what happens is that every morning when I get up, there's a spring in my feet, you know, wanting to do something and look at, and I do reflect on the day. And you cannot imagine how busy I am, but it finds that. Can you just imagine somebody giving you the task of reading 20 books in 30 days? I'm doing it now.
Oh,
You know why? Yeah, because the Literary Festival, where I won the last business book, best business book of the year, or this year they have put me on jury. And this I'm doing while I'm giving these 3 talks. That's why I said there is no substitute to the sort of hard work. So I think it is this feeling of giving back to the society at the end of the day. You know, God has been extremely kind to me. He has given me so much, some deserved, but a lot of not deserved. So what can you do? The only thing you can do is to give and give till you breathe your last. That's what keeps me going.
So great, sir. The questions are coming in like, it's raining cats and dogs out here at my place, and questions are almost coming in that quantum just now. But due to paucity of time, probably we'll have to wind up this session. And the last question for the day is today's Teachers' Day. And we all know that, your mother and teacher helped you become what you are today. And what message on this special Teachers Day would you like to give to our audience?
Yeah, I would say that as I tweeted today, by the way, and I have said, I have tweeted and said that I have learned so much from so many, basically. So there are not two, three, four teachers that I can talk about. I think keep an open mind, basically. As they say, parachute works best when it is open. Mind is also like that. It works best where it is open. And every individual that you can meet, and uh, by the time you end your innings, you met million people. There is something to learn from each one of them. So create millions of teachers. That's most important. And my best teachers have been what you see behind me, by the way. The book.
Which
All right.
today's generation probably doesn't even believe in. I feel very sad that, this generation doesn't believe in reading books.
Manju, you are absolutely right. That's why I'm giving this special message. And that's what I wrote today, by the way. I said, I'm saluting all my gurus. And most importantly, this one, I gave the photograph of this in my tweet and said, do that. So I think if you do that and you have millions of teachers from whom you learn, you will go places.
So great. Thank you, sir. And we take back a lot of messages from today's session here. And the best I feel is everyone is someone. And if you believe in the power of another human being, I think there is no end to what we all can together achieve. And in Rotary especially, no one person can achieve anything. And we always say that one tall tree doesn't make a forest. It is the capacity of that tall tree to create and let other trees come to that height. That's what will take organizations like Rotary to a higher achievements. So thank you so much, sir. And it's as I said, it's always a pleasure, and I will surely wait for the next opportunity to listen to you. And pranam on this Teachers Day to you, sir. Thank you so
very
much.
much. And thank you, Ravi, for giving me the opportunity to join all of you. Thank you.
Yes, and of course, I would like to mention that you are an honorary member of Rotary Club of Pune Aund. So you are a Rotarian yourself.
Yeah, thank you.
We connect on that also. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
I'm really sorry for this kind of resolution. There is some electrical issue in my area. So, yeah. So please bear with me. It's just 2 minutes. I would like to thank you, sir, for the session and your quick remedies which we had. I would like to thank Manju for conducting the question and answer session, which was very interesting and intriguing. I would now like to call Rotarian PNN Iyer of the host club of RCP Downtown to present the vote of thanks and call it a day. We will also be presenting Dr. Raghunath Mashirkar with a virtual memento right now, and which will be followed by a courier which will be sent to them shortly. Please present the memento. हाँ उनको बुला दो हाँ yeah, you can speak, sir.
Dr. Raghunath Mashirkar, sir, enchanted, absolutely illuminated, very, very educated on this very important day. You're not only a great scientist, but as a very wonderful teacher as well. Problem solving through innovation and creativity and establishing a standard of leadership through that. It is evident you're very, very passionate about this as well. I liked the way you said I in India is for innovation and not for inhibition or imitation. And then you came straight to the brass tacks. You said innovation has to go to the field. there has got to be a scale. There has got to be, whatever our position in world ranking, there has got to be an encouragement at every stage for innovation, even if it involves a little beginning through the jugaad aspect. It was wonderful to know that people are encouraging decoy inquiries in retail shops to know that there is a demand for a particular product line. It shows the strength of the product, and the product is being the leader. Affordable excellence is something that you dwelt upon, because ultimately, no matter how great the innovation to solve any problem, if it is beyond the pocket, it doesn't have any importance in anybody's mind. We also learned from you the medical devices, Sanket, eye breast, and the hemoglobin measuring devices. It goes to prove as to how very well people have focused on the fact that ultimately any product that goes into human health is the real wealth creator. Learning by doing, a very nice methodology of saying on-the-job training, and not pushing people down because they made a mistake, because there is a learning curve. So there will be mistakes, and one has to understand that it was not negligence, but it was a genuine mistake. Leapfrogging to pole vaulting. Lovely example, sir. Wonderful example. I'm reminded of a great man called Sergei Bubka, who beat his own world record only 35 times in pole vaulting. Somebody asked him, look, you have no competition. Why are you trusting yourself so much? Why are you putting in so much effort? And he said that I see a competitor every day when I shave my face in the mirror. I'm competing against myself. So this is something that made a lot of sense to the youth. Hundreds of whom are listening to you from 3 different continents. Developing children, grassroots innovation made a lot of sense, because a lot of innovation takes place in the hinterland where people are not formally qualified, but they are very highly educated. The kind of things that they have done, unless we all go to the hinterland, go to the rural area and see for ourselves, it is unbelievable. You're touching Atmanirbhar Bharat and decorating it with Atma Vishwas. So it created a lot of confidence in all of us. We felt that if we have the self-confidence, we can actually become self-sufficient. It is not that we isolate ourselves from the world. There will be mutual economic interdependence always, because globalization sets the pace for innovation. Because you find that there are a lot of people who are innovating because they have developed a beautiful mindset for it. Another very nice aspect you brought out was that you are dangerously optimistic. Sir, we wish to disagree with you. You are daringly optimistic. And most importantly, you are delightfully optimistic. Because whatever you saw in the population of this country has come out to be very, very true, oftentimes going much beyond your own expectation. You said that somebody kept telling you, somebody higher up, that that's not bad, that's not bad. It taught us a very important lesson, sir. Every accomplishment is only a milestone, it is not a destination. There is no point in resting on past laurels. There is a lot more to do. And you built it beautifully by saying that what remains is the best. In our Indian native language, I quote a beautiful line which I learned as a small child. Shesh hi vishesh hai. What is yet to come is the best, sir. However many times we hear you, yes, dil mange more. We want to keep listening to you because you are adding so much of energy, enthusiasm, and education in each one of us. It's a very human service, sir. We are extremely blessed. Rotary Club of Pune Downtown, who are today's sponsors, extend the most heartfelt gratitude to you, sir, today. It's a great joy. We are also grateful to the district Rotary team, which is holding this beautiful program, RYLA, whereby it is proved that geography has become history. We are all over the world. There are a lot of people who are listening to us, and oftentimes, many of us may be recording us also. I'm making a request, Rotary being a global organization, these kind of speeches ought to be translated in the vernacular so that the reach, the sweep, and the depth of these speeches is beautifully enhanced. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. Namaskar, sir. Thank you very, very much.
So, guys, let's call it a day now and see you all tomorrow at 2 p.m. for our third and final day of our 3-day international RYLA. Bye bye.